Welcome to the fourth round of Hasselbacken Chess Open. I'm International Master Jonathan Westerberg, and with me today and tomorrow after today is a big player, the Swedish champion and the highest rated player in Sweden, Grandmaster Nils Grandelius. And we were expecting you to play this tournament, and since the best Swedish player is seeded only at place 37, many players in Sweden hope that you would play this tournament and even be able to fight for one of the top places. But you are not in the tournament, and why?
Well, I was supposed to play, but I managed to qualify for the Norway chess tournament, which finished 2 days ago in Stavanger. And obviously such a tournament is something a bit extra, so I had to cancel my participation here.
And in this tournament, we're of course talking about the Norway Chess Challenge, where you played against the top players in the world, including players like Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik and so on. And tomorrow you will also do a seminar here 12 o'clock, 2 hours before the round, about your game against Magnus Carlsen, and you will show your view on this game.
Yes, I will try to explain what my reasoning and my thinking was in this game, and hopefully it will be very interesting also for the audience, not only for myself. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, and this will also be broadcasted 2 hours before the game at the same channel. So have you been able to follow this tournament, anything, or seen some games?
Yeah, I saw some games briefly, but not too much.
Yeah,
actually.
So I mean, in the first round was not so interesting in the view of the result in the games. It was a bit of an overkill in the first rounds, but some of the top players have been forced to drop some points.
Yeah, I saw, especially yesterday, there were quite a number of draws in the top. So, and today, I mean, the tournament starts for real, so to speak. I mean, some grandmasters are already facing each other. So,
I noticed that the highest Indian grandmasters, the high-rated players, Sasikiran and Adibandan and also Seturaman, they won very convincingly in the first 3 games, I think. Quite easy.
Yeah, they are all very strong players, and I mean, actually the most likely scenario is, after all, for the higher rated player to win, so it's not such a big upset. But yeah, in general, I mean, I have to say that they are improving quite a lot, and they have been doing pretty well in open tournaments as of late. So I'm expecting all of the top Indians to fight for the top prize here.
Yeah. And maybe we can just check briefly on the pairing this round.
Yes.
See which games we may consider interesting today. On the first board we have quite young grandmaster from the Netherlands, Benjamin Boek. He's playing white against Alexei Shirov on the first board. And Shirov is now on the first board since Andreikin played a draw yesterday. I think I'm in the same age, and you are 1 year older than Benjamin Boek, and I've seen him in these tournaments at the Junior World Championship and so on, but also I was playing at the London Chess Classics this winter, a tournament quite similar to this one, but this one is probably stronger, but he won this tournament with like 8 out of 9 points, so he's obviously has a good confidence in an open tournament, I guess, like this.
No, definitely, he's one of the players who are actually in some sense quite similar to myself, that he was as a very young kid, he was rated quite highly and became a grandmaster at a rather young age, and then somehow his development seemed to stop for a couple of years. He was rated around, I don't know, 25, 70, 80 for I guess 3-4 years, and now it seems like last, I don't know, half a year perhaps, he's been improving steadily again, and is doing great as every tournament he's playing. So
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't rule him out here.
And since he's from the Netherlands and in basically the same age as Anish Giri, one can suspect that they have looked at chess at least a couple of times together.
Maybe, but also Anish has a lot of other helpers. But
Yeah.
I think in general, also with Van Kampen, who is the same age, they have quite a good fellowship, and they are working on chess and motivating each other quite a lot, which I think is very helpful.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I think the Netherlands is a great chess country. So.
But this will definitely be an interesting game, I think. Hard to, I mean, we cannot even consider Shirov a favorite to win the game at this point.
Well, he's a slight favorite probably, but I mean
Bok
is always well prepared, and especially with white, he's normally quite solid. So, I mean, I would say that he's not a favorite to lose. I mean, so to speak, he's probably more likely to make a draw.
And on the second board, we have Sultan Almasi playing against Alexei Guganov. And Guganov is, we have seen Guganov played in at least Sweden more than one time before, especially in the Realton Cup. And he's one of those players from, I think he's from St. Petersburg, who likes to play in Sweden. So he's not a new name for us in Sweden. And Sultan Almasi is. But Sultan Almasi has 3 points, of course, but in the first round he was actually doing quite bad, I think, against a very low-rated player. But he was the position was very solid for his opponent, and the opponent even was a pawn up at one point, but made a blunder just before the time control.
Okay.
But as I've said, maybe not in this broadcast, but a couple of times, the thing is that when you have won the game, it's a new game, so the earlier rounds doesn't really matter. These players can start play extremely well at any point.
No, definitely. I mean, actually, first rounds in open tournaments they are always tricky. I mean, everything can happen. I even myself, when I played my last open tournament in Reykjavik, I managed to lose in the first round against a player rated, far below myself. So it's then I went on to win the next 6 or 7 games. I mean, so it's in differently from round robins. I mean, in open tournaments, first round doesn't really matter because it's so different.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that matters is when you're starts to play against the higher rated players.
Yeah. And then on board 3 we have Samuel Savian playing against Evgeny Posny. And Samuel Savian is a new but very appreciated guest here in Sweden. He played first the Realton Cup this winter, where he also played a rapid match against you, which was sent on internet TV. And he's playing now in Hasselbacken, and the day before the first round they also did a simultaneous exhibition. So and he's of course a very young, talented player. And here in Sweden, I've also seen him being called the new Bobby Fischer. So what can you say about this player or this game in general?
No, he's definitely very talented and very hardworking, and really likes challenges. So I think, but on the other hand, Evgeny Posny is a very well prepared player, very stable, both with white, but especially with black, he's very, very solid. He's not the kind of guy who goes. I don't think he's playing very hard for the win today. No, I mean, I think he will be. Satisfied with getting a position, and if it's a draw, it's a draw. He doesn't mind too much. But Sevian might actually be quite ambitious.
Yeah. So
he might succeed, but he might also overpress. There is always this danger with younger players.
But since we had Posny here in the studio after one round, and seeing his games, he seems like one of these players who has like a very objective view on chess, that he's just trying to make the best moves all the time. He's not so worried about the result or stuff like that.
Yes, I agree. I mean, he's a strong player, but he's not always that effective against lower rated players. He tends to make too many draws while scoring quite well also against higher rated players.
Yeah.
So, but here he actually managed to win all 3 games, and I mean that's
Yeah,
quite a good start.
I think it was he had I think it was Bosnia who had a rook endgame yesterday, which is a technical draw if you know how to do it. But he managed to win this rook endgame actually. I think it was his game where they had like 4 pawns on the king side, and they had a passer on the a file.
Like this.
A file, but his rook was on the wrong side of the pawn, so to speak. So Ulf Andersson was saying that this was a draw if you know how to defend it. But
Yeah, but it's never easy in the rook endings.
and on board 4 we have Ilyas Mirin. He's of course like a star from before in a way. I think he has been at least top 10 in the world a couple of times in his prime.
Yes, but
Of
he
course, really
also
strong player
yes,
now.
but I think like 2 or 3 years ago he was on a decline for a bit. But somehow it seems like lately he's been, I don't know, probably began to work a bit more on chess again, is my guess, because his results are improving quite a bit, and he's nowadays again fighting for the top places in the tournaments.
Yeah.
So
And I remember that you had a game against him quite recently.
yeah, I've played him twice actually. Once in the Rilton Cup, where I actually beat him quite convincingly with white in the Sicilian, and then in the European Individual Championship we played now in Jerusalem last year. He actually offered me a draw with white because it was a morning round, but I wanted to win, of course, as I tend to, and then I actually got just outplayed.
Yeah.
So should perhaps have taken that draw. Okay. But he's definitely a very strong player. I mean, I think Bumakin will have a hard time today.
Yeah, Smirin is of course right here in this game, and he's also at least 100 points higher rated than his opponent Vladimir Burmakin. He's also like a star from before in a way.
Bumakin.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know this player so well, but he has been around for a while, yes.
Yeah, I have to admit I don't know too much about him. I know that he plays in a lot of opens all around Europe, but I've never met him or played him, or probably not seen too many of his games either.
Yeah. But
should we have a look at some of the games?
This is the top 4 games, but of course we have many more games with interesting players behind. And that was So we will start looking out on the first board. You're free to move the pieces if you want.
Okay, sure. So we have Benjamin Bock against Alexei Shirov. And Bock is, I mean, an e4 player by nature. He was playing e4 all his life. But lately, I mean, he started also to play some c4, some English openings with white, trying to widen his repertoire a bit and probably learn new stuff. But when facing a player like Alexei Shirov, I think he wants to play what he knows best.
Yeah.
So it's very natural that he goes e4, and the Shirov, of course, always plays the Sveshnikov Sicilian, if he's allowed. But bishop b5 is I would say main move nowadays, actually, because the Sveshnikov seems to be too solid, especially after Gelfand's match with Anand. He showed more or less how to make a draw there. So bishop b5 is there is more life. But e6 is what Shirov tends to do here. Takes. I mean, here you can also play c3, or you can castle. Both are considered quite promising, but bishop takes e6 is still the main line, as far as I know. And here you have a lot of interesting options. They always used to play d3, which was often met by knight e7. So the thing with this position is that what black wants to achieve is that he wants to put his pawns on d6, and if it's allowed, also on e5. Okay. On e5, and trying to stop this bishop from on c1 to become good. But if he plays d6 immediately, then there is e5.
Yeah.
And the pawns on the c file will get weak. So therefore they have to do it in another way. So, for example, knight e7, with the idea to go to g6. I mean, and then play e5, and then follow up with d6, having stopped white from playing e5. The problem with this was that there were some lines with, for example, a quicker h4,
Yeah.
h5, trying to unsettle this knight a bit. It was all quite unclear, but I think black is considered fine. So then there was this move b3. I think became well known. I don't know if it was a novelty, but at least the idea became well known after Anand played it against Gelfand in their match.
I remember.
Yes.
They played it more than once in this match as well.
Yeah, they had a long
rapid
discussion.
games.
Yeah. They had a couple of games. Sometimes white was doing great. Sometimes it was not so clear. I think what is considered to be the best move here for black is e5, but this is very very complex.
And the idea is to, if white takes.
Yeah, then if white takes, you go queen e7, and after bishop b2, you go d6. And now, for example, if you want to take the pawn, black takes queen e2, and I mean,
you get the pawn back on
you
G2.
get the pawn back on g2, but more importantly, you get the bishop pair in a very open position.
And the knight must go to a5
The knight,
now.
yeah, it maybe not so great on a5, but especially this bishop here on b7 will be very very strong. So this is not really to white's liking. So I think what he also, so e5 is one of the more interesting
And now you
ways
want
here.
to do the same. You want to play d6 once
You
again.
want to play d6 again, yeah. So okay, they were discussing this a bit, and I have to admit not being too updated on the recent developments here. But Shirov shows another move.
f6.
Yeah, he played f6 here, which is, I mean, the idea is clear. He wants to play e5.
Yeah, but then he is a little bit worried about knight takes e5 after e5 immediately.
Yeah, probably he's worried about that actually, which is, I thought, a bit surprising, but maybe there has been some new developments there. I mean, the point of f6 is, of course, that e5, this is not the same, because in this structure the pawns on c6 and c5, they are not isolated.
No.
I mean, the pawn will come to d6, and this check on h5, it will be nothing. I mean, black is in time to, for example, play knight f6. So this, and then now in black will just take over the center, and things can very very quickly go wrong for white. So you have to play another move here. He went short castle, e5, and now I guess white's idea is that this pawn is slightly ugly on f6.
Yeah.
I mean, you managed at least to create some weakness, even though black should be decently happy having the pawn on e5. So d3.
We have d5 as
and
well.
d5, okay. Also, d5 is slightly surprising in my view, because normally the weakness in the black position is the pawn on c5. I mean, when you go d5, like now it's become some kind of reverse Nimsu Indian, where white wants to go knight c3, maybe knight a4, bishop a3.
Yeah.
And the c pawn might turn out weak, but probably he feels that his initiative on the king side is more valuable.
Yeah.
Like he might even start to push g5, g4 at some point. I mean, because most of white's pieces are on the queen side. Still, I would think that d6 is a much safer move here. But
yeah, and I guess if you play d6, white should
maybe the idea is something with knight h4.
Try to play f4 at some point.
Yes, probably. But this is how it usually looks around here. I mean, now maybe knight e7 and if f4, maybe you can play f4, but also maybe I take it, and there is g5. But it could be that Bock has prepared some sharp stuff.
Yeah, this looks a little bit dangerous still after something like queen h5.
Yeah, there is queen h5, and now some sacrifice here. I don't know if bishop takes d6 or.
Yeah, but this is not
maybe
really,
bishop e3. I mean, yeah,
this
no.
is not really something you want to play with black, especially since your opponent is.
Exactly. When he's blitzing out all his moves, playing a tempo, I mean, you might run into some huge trouble. So d5, in some sense, it's safer, because the worst thing that can happen is that you will get a slightly weak pawn.
Yeah. So
I mean, you will not get mated in 20 moves here, but still, it might be.
But the idea, I guess, is just to occupy a big center and develop the pieces and have good control.
Yeah, and hope that somehow this pawn is not lost. Or
yeah.
I mean, also, actually, d6 it gives some nice squares. For example, the bishop can come to d6, and now knight will come on e7 next move, and I mean, it's a very
maybe you have to start with bishop e6 in this case, but
oh yeah, maybe, but also I'm not sure because let's say you take twice here, I go bishop
yes.
b7, and it's not entirely clear, but it could easily be very dangerous for white with such a weak king. But yeah, we will see. At least it seems like Shiro managed to get Bock out of book, and because he's been thinking now for some time, so playing the rest of the moves instantly. So
so we can switch game.
yeah, I think Bock, he's the kind of guy who likes to think for a long time when he's out of book the first time. I predict he will think at least half an hour.
So I think Sultan Almasi in the first at least 2 games played something that he usually doesn't do. He just put out these pieces like knight f3 and b3 and just play the position. So this game he may be trying to do something more ambitious in the opening.
Yeah, maybe it's. I mean, he was always similar to Bock. He was always an e4 player. But lately, I mean, I think especially when he plays younger opponents, he feels that he's not that up to date as he used to be. So he prefers to develop more peacefully. But probably he saw that Koganov plays the French, and the French is very safe for white. Let's say. I mean, he plays the Tarrasch, which is more or less the safest option available, and okay, things can't go that wrong. I mean, as they can in the Sicilian. So knight gf3.
Otherwise, e takes d5.
Yeah, e takes d5 is the big main line, and this. And now d takes d5 is a move, but also this is the big main line. And now you can go to d6, you can go to d8, but you can even go to d7.
Yeah.
And black is considered very solid, but of course white's position is also safe. But this is, I mean, a way to get out of the more usual schemes.
Yeah, and the difference now is he must have an option now on.
After c takes d4. Here also, I mean,
we transpose to this.
Yeah, definitely, because.
But the difference is that
you can also take. Yeah. That's the difference.
And if you take in the last position here, black can of course also take with the pawn on d5.
You avoid e takes d5. But if black wants to play with the Solani, then, for example, knight c6, and you can still take with the pawn.
Yeah.
So it's.
But in this position, white can also take on c5 again after knight c6, I guess.
Here maybe, but.
And after bishop takes c5.
But I think in general, white is happy to play this. I mean, it's a bit passive for black, having this Isolani with not that much activity to compensate. But no, the big difference is that you can now take with the knight on d4, knight c6, and here they usually play something like bishop b5, and for example bishop d7 takes, b takes, and it's simply a very different position. But he chose to take actually on d5 here, which is slightly surprising. I mean, a slightly surprising move order. It's I mean,
maybe he just wanted black to play something else than c takes d4.
Yeah, it could be. It could be because you have other moves there. Yeah, knight f6 is a move and so on. And also e takes d5, but I really doubt that he would mind.
But then it's a
playing
worse version for black in a way.
Yeah,
because black often wants to wait with the c takes d4.
Yeah, no, this is true, but I don't think that white anyway was afraid of that. But okay, let's see what happens. They enter the main line. Queen d6 is, I mean, the traditional main line.
The queen is going to c7 later anyway.
Yeah, so it
can go from different squares.
Exactly. Sometimes you have a point. Sometimes it's. I mean, most often it's the same. But so here, if white wants to be more ambitious, he can also try to play queen e2 and try to play knight b3, bishop g5, and castle long instead. But it's not really Almash's cup of tea. I mean, he wants to have safe options with the long-term ideas. So this, I think, all this is queen takes d4 is possible, but it's a bit too harmless.
And then black accept the exchange of queen and play a6.
Normally they take and play a6, yes, and this ending is very, very dry actually. It's possible to play for a win with both sides, but black is considered fine. So knight takes, a6. And here there are many moves. c3, bishop b3, bishop g5, rook e1.
Yeah.
But rook e1 is of course one of the main ones. Queen c7.
But here he plays bishop f1, but I've only seen queen e2 and bishop b3, I think.
Yeah, queen e2 is the big main line, but bishop b3 is also considered quite interesting. For example, bishop d6, yeah, and knight f5, and you get some crazy complications.
Yeah. But I think, yeah, after I cannot remember if it's on bishop c4 or queen e2. The thing was that there was some new recommendation. The thing is, white wants to go bishop g5.
Yeah,
I cannot remember which of these two moves, but the thing was that black had this interesting move of
yeah,
h6.
very interesting move h6.
Trying
This
to just
recommendation by Ågården in their book about the French. No, which was not really refuted. I think it still holds up quite reasonable. But also the old main lines, I think they are considered quite safe.
And sometimes in these lines, black also goes for the long castle.
Sometimes, yes, yeah.
With the bishop d7 and bishop d6, and
yeah,
then
because
it can become quite interesting.
Yeah, because actually, when you put the bishops like this, maybe it can come here, and they are all, I mean, pointing towards white's king. So then combined with some pawn push, maybe g5 or h5, and the knight is there. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, it could become quite interesting. But Almashi shows bishop f1 here, which I have to admit, not having ever seen.
So the question is if he wants to put it on g2 or not now.
Maybe he wants to put it on g2. I mean, then you can also have the possibility of playing bishop f4 to harass the queen a bit. But I think the main point of this move is to get out of theory. I mean, to get out of the most well-trodden paths. The disadvantage is, of course, that the bishop is not doing too much on f1.
You are, in a way, you're taking away all your tactical shots on e6 in a way.
Yes, that is also true.
You lose some of this tension. So black is in a way more safe now.
Black is more safe, but also white is more safe. I think this move really indicates that white wants to play on the queen side.
Maybe
he wants to play maybe c4, followed by, for example, a3, b4, and the pawn is protected on c4 by the bishop. And if you put the bishop on b3, it's really not possible to play c4 because it looks too ugly. I mean, the bishop is very strangely placed. So he wants to, because he has this majority. I mean, normally we see white in those lines trying to attack the king.
Yeah.
But that is more due to the lack of development from black rather than the pawn structure. Because the pawn structure actually indicates that white should play on the queen side.
Yeah, and back in the old days, they even considered it close to winning with this pawn majority with 3 against 2.
Yeah, after the queen trade, that is. Yeah. No, that is. I mean, black does have more pawns in front of his king, so he's in some vague theoretical sense safer. So that is probably what Almashi is trying to prove now, that those pawns, this majority on the queen side, that it's strong. But
he played bishop c5 as well.
Yeah, bishop c5.
So maybe if black could also have tried bishop d6, but knight f5 may be possible after this move.
Maybe there is some difference, but I think he also just he's also just happy by playing g3 because I mean, anyway, the bishop.
And now the bishop is more active on c5 rather than
definitely
d6,
because there is some pin problem. I think the idea of bishop c5 is to provoke a reaction such as this.
Yeah.
And then you cannot play b4 later on.
And now you can even go to a7, but even e7 is also...
Even e7, and I think you're satisfied because this knight is a bit clumsy here. But on the other hand, what else? What other moves is there? Can you?
Yeah, it feels like you must develop your bishop. You're not. It's a little bit early to play a move like b5 for black, of course.
Yeah, that is true. No, I meant what else
for white? Yeah, c3 is a move, but it's
c3 is not really according. No, not according to the plans. Maybe I think that a3, and let's say black castles. I want to play b4. Okay, I'm not so afraid of you taking this pawn because the bishops will be too strong. Something like bishop b2.
Yeah.
And okay, I will get the rook on c7, and the king might be very, very weak. But my idea in other, I mean, if you drop back, then probably, actually now rook I might be. Yeah, rook d8 is a threat. That's the problem because I really want to play something like this, then c4, then c5.
Yeah.
and then I'm much better. But rook d8 seems to be a problem. And the knight, okay, maybe it can, but
if you go to f3, knight g4
yeah,
is already
yeah, it's already very unpleasant because f2 is difficult to defend. Okay, I mean you can play rook e2.
Yeah.
It's a bit ugly. I mean, but the bishop wants to come on b2 and
You want to play h3 and kick it
exactly.
back.
I mean, I might kick you back simply, but I mean, it looks too ugly actually to
now
be good.
black may be in time to play b5 and stop your c5 move forever.
Yeah, maybe but it looks anyway too ugly.
Yeah.
But then what else? I mean, you can go to b3, but again, maybe b5 is
bishop
a move.
b7.
Yeah.
So in general, black wants to if you put your bishop on g2, black is happy if he can challenge it with bishop b7.
Yes. No, definitely, because then the king is again a bit weak for it. So maybe a3 is too slow, but then I mean, what else?
I guess bishop g5 is a move, but then we're back with
this
tactical
play.
this
This tactical. Exactly.
F1.
Then the bishop is misplaced. No, I'm not sure. It looks. I mean, it's not impossible that you can play a move like c3, and then develop the bishop, maybe play h3, and then push b4, c4. You lost one tempo, but you managed to develop. But
black is in time to castle and maybe play b5.
Yeah, b5 or rook d8. No,
put the rooks on right squares.
It cannot really be the idea for white. No, I don't know. Maybe bishop c5 is a good move, an aggressive move. It's
But then, I mean, knight b3 is in a way the most normal
yeah,
response.
it's the most normal. Even though you don't want to, maybe it's possible because. Okay, let's say you go here. Maybe I can play c4. If you castle.
Maybe queen f3 or something.
Queen f3, something like that. And I want to play c5 at some point. Bishop f4, maybe it's possible. But also you can go to d6 or e7, of course.
Yeah.
But maybe this is anyway, and just play c4. Try to play c5 without the pawn on b4, because really it looks very unstable on d4. Okay, should we look?
Can go to the game on board 3 where we had Samuel Savian against Evgeny Postny.
Yes, and Postny is a big fan of the Caro-Kann as well. Yeah. Normally he really likes the Caro-Kann, but today he shows e5,
which is the best move for black.
No, it's
in the best
probably yes, but here if he wants to play it very solidly, you play knight f6 nowadays, and you enter the Berlin.
Yeah.
But that is not really a try to win, and I think Sevian during last Wilton Cup he had some nice win in the Berlin, I think, if I recall correctly. Or at least he was pushing quite nicely against someone. But a6 is, I think, a bit of an ambitious choice by Postny. Like it's not the most active opening, but he wants a long game and he wants to outplay his opponent slowly. And we can see here after d3, which is, I mean, of course, rook e1 is the old move, but d3 is kind of the modern way of handling this position. And again, we have the same kind of choice here, because the main move is b5, and this is what most of the top guys plays. But the character of the play here is a bit more forcing and a bit easier for white to handle. It's a bit more straightforward. So again, I think d6 is opting for a very long game, meaning that probably he's thinking that he wants to have some winning chances with black. So, because now it's normally quite slow play. Knight bd2, b5. Actually, I played in Norway chess against Topalov, I played rook e8, waiting move, and after rook e1 I went bishop f8. And the idea is to see how white wants to react. And as soon as the knight drops away from the center, you go b5 and d5. And here the knight is more active on d2 than on f1 if the center is opening up. So after bishop f8, Topalov also decided to wait with h3, and it's really subtle battle, let's say. I mean, really difficult to say what is going on. But Postny goes for this d5 immediately. I think an old favorite of Aronian, actually. Rook e1. And now again, the choice here. If you want to play solidly, you take on e4. And here the structure is almost symmetrical, but the pawn on c3 is hindering this knight on c6 a little bit, which means that white is slightly more pleasant.
And black have some question to answer with this pawn on b5.
Yes,
maybe.
exactly. Normally play continues something like bishop e6 and white goes a4 with idea to play queen e2 and bishop d3. I mean, there were some games, queen c8, queen e2. I think, for example, Almaty was white in some important games here. Bishop d3, rook a b8, and now you have many moves. For example, b4, and I think this was a famous game, Grishuk against Fiedler from the candidates 2013. I'm not 100% sure exactly how it happened, but why black soon sacrificed the knight on b4 for 2 pawns and got a very nice compensation. But it's still a bit passive, a bit depressing to play this way with black. So what he does instead is to play d4. I mean, and this is actually really ambitious. He simply wants to take over the entire center and even claim, theoretically speaking, to be better here. This actually was a line that I myself played in a couple of games. During the last Swedish championship, I played with black against Hans Tikkanen, and
this exact position.
Yes, in this exact position, and I actually won that game after being, I think, slightly worse out of the opening. And I tried it again against Areshenko in the Abu Dhabi Masters in August last year. Again, I think I was slightly worse, or it was perhaps unclear, but finally I lost that game. And
what's normal reaction here?
Yeah, you have here a lot of moves.
C takes d4 looks okay.
C takes d4 is interesting, and now we have this very interesting structure where white has more pawns on the king side, tries to build up some attack. For example, h3, maybe move the knight and push the f pawn. Try to just create some kind of king side attack. And while black wants to move this knight, play c5 and maybe even c4 if he's allowed. Something like this. Very, very interesting battle. Another move that was quite common was to play a4, forcing a reaction. For example, if you play bishop e6, I think you can start to, let's see, you can take here and take, and now the queen is a bit away from the center, meaning that the deep pawn might be a bit weak, if I recall correctly. So after a4, they usually replied with rook b8. And again, it's a question what white wants to do. For example, you can take and try to not really apply pressure on this pawn, but rather stop the knight from moving from c6. And it's not that easy for black to find a move. I think they tried. Actually, I don't remember. Bishop e6 was a move. Bishop h6 even. I think they tried, because some very positional battle, but very interesting and very, very complex. But there was some other ideas as well. I think one idea was that he went.
In the game, we can see that he inserted these moves a takes b5 before knight f1.
Before knight f1. So he went a4 and rook b8 instead of bishop e6. Yeah. Takes knight f. Takes knight b3.
Knight f.
No, he went knight f1. Yes. I think what he's trying to do here is, okay, first of all, he wants to put the knight probably on g3 and make use of this f5 square. But this is a very standard maneuver in the Roy Lopez. But what he more specifically wants to do here is to wait for black to go knight d7, which is a very standard maneuver, to go either to c5 to put pressure here, or to b6. Meaning that you can also overprotect this pawn with f6. But as soon as the knight drops from f6, bishop b3 is a cunning idea. And suddenly this square on d5 is very weak. Meaning, for example, if you go knight c5, bishop d5, I mean, it hangs on. I mean, c6 and e5 will be hanging, and it's very unpleasant to handle.
And if
you also stop f6.
And before, when the knight was still on d2, you could not play this move because of d takes c3, I guess.
Yeah, but also the point
But in general, maybe it's a nice diagonal for the bishop. But
it is a nice diagonal, but yeah, the pawn is hanging, and also the d5 square is controlled.
Yeah.
But so it's partly a waiting move, knight f1 in this specific position. Above from the fact that it's also a natural way of continuing, but we will see what he's playing now postly. Because bishop e6 is always a bit tricky before you have played h6, because knight g5 is sometimes annoying, sometimes not. I mean, it's very difficult to say. Therefore, also h6 immediately is.
But then the f5 square is a little bit weaker.
Yeah, because in such a position with the knight here, maybe eventually followed by this, then I mean, you want to stop the knights from f5 with g6, and then the pawn on h6 will be hanging. So h6 also you are not too keen on playing too early. I think something reasonable should be to play knight d7, and after bishop b3 maybe to go to b6 instead with the knight.
Maybe we go knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3, and now you have to decide with black. For example, an interesting move might be king h8 in order to have the possibility of playing f6. Also, I mean, white's position looks very harmonious, but it's not that easy to say what is next. Probably you want to take and play some bishop f4, but then again, what's next? I mean, so because now maybe knight b4 followed by some trying to play c5. I don't know.
It's quite a difficult play.
Small subtleties, some nuances all the time, and it's very difficult to tell when one of the players are satisfied here. So maybe, I mean, the simpler way of playing this position, so to speak, that is to take and play b4, trying to get this square. But it might run into something like bishop a4, and again you have this problem. And if there is no sacrifice that works here, then it's just bad.
Yeah, and if you protect the knight with the pawn on e5.
The pawn on e5 is again hanging. Yeah, so it's no, black really has to come up with some plan here, some idea of how he wants to develop. Maybe bishop e6 is a move to allow this knight g5,
but when you play knight g5, where do you go?
I mean, I go to g4. I want to provoke f3, and then now probably all the way back. And now, I mean, f4 is the move, but
now you can go back to g4 again. If
now I can go back to g4, but I might also have some tactical idea. I don't know, maybe knight g4 to go to e3. The dark squares might turn out to be weak. Here there is also perhaps bishop c5 next. It's some ideas like that. But so bishop e6 might be okay. Typically white plays h3 in order to go knight g5, and then black replies with h6.
Now we go knight g3 once again.
Actually, here also maybe knight d7 is an improved version. So that's probably what he's considering. Bishop e6 does allow a move like rook a6 also. And after queen d7, it's maybe even to sacrifice, yes, an exchange for one or two central pawns. But also yes, to stop knight d7.
Yeah.
And here again, white is more harmoniously placed. Now, for example, after knight g5, you cannot drop back to c8. So bishop g for f3, and you have to go somewhere
to h5.
To h5, and normally the bishop is quite bad on h5 and g6.
Knight g3 can also just
even maybe g4 and then knight g3, and the bishop is really out of play on g6 normally. So no, I think he has very difficult to tell what he's going to do. Very strange position. But on the other hand, I mean, things are not too bad for black because he does have the center.
Yeah.
Long term, I mean, he even has a slight advantage if he finds a way to ease the pressure and develop normally.
But one thing is that the position is known from before. This exact position have been played many times before.
Yes, so he should know. I mean, but it seems like neither of the players actually knows it by heart because they have spent quite some time. Yeah. But even I should know it because I might have played the exact position, but obviously I don't remember.
Should we go to another game? We can. We can just quickly look at this. They have not come so far in this game between Smirin and Burmakin.
Yeah.
So we have this 92 move against the Karkam, which actually I know that you have played, but I have also played this move.
Yeah, 92. It's actually it looks very, very stupid, but it's actually a bit interesting. I played it against a participant of this tournament actually. This Vidit Santosh Gujrati from India. Played it against him in World Junior 2010, and he went d5, e5, and I think he went d4,
and
with c3 and c5, I think.
b4 no,
and now b4. I think we got this position, and it's very messy.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite dangerous for black if he's not prepared.
But the main idea with this knight e2, I think, because if you the black player doesn't know this, and they just consider it a normal advance Caro-Kann,
Yes.
where the pawn is usually on d4 and the knight on g1, and
Yes.
if they play bishop f5, we normally go knight g3 now, and after bishop g6, I think h4 and h6 or h5. Now we can go e6.
Exactly, you're in time for this.
And now we just take and play bishop d3, I think.
Yeah, it's a very unpleasant bind.
But this is the idea.
This is the idea of 92. I mean,
and the main it's not so clear.
No, still this position is entirely unclear. But at least it's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's not as dry as many other positions from the Caro.
And of course, black can also go over to some French.
Yeah, with c5 or even e6. c5. For example, Dreyev, who is maybe the main expert on the Caro-Kann, he always plays c5 here.
Yeah, I actually played a game which was, I mean, already unknown from 2 moves, because he played the knight f6 here, going into some Alekhine defense already.
So now you got some really strange stuff. e5, knight g4 even.
Yeah, it was e5 and knight d5, I think. And, but that was slightly better for white, at least.
No, in general, I think black really needs to go d5 in this position.
We see that Burmakin chooses to go e5 here.
Yes.
So
yeah, he's entering some kind of old Indian.
Yeah.
d4, d6, and c4. GC. And now, actually, what we get after some more moves here, it's a Samish King's Indian. But I mean, Smirin is well known for his love for the King's Indian from the black side. But he's been playing it for, I think, his entire life.
Yeah.
He's a very big expert. So probably doesn't mind too much also to play it from the white side.
Yeah.
So sure.
But black is what do you say? Is forced into the variation with c6 here.
Yes.
This move is already played, so you can no longer play with knight c6. If you would
no knight c6. Also, the pawn is already on e5, so you don't have this set up c6 a6 without e5. And so black is actually, I mean, hindered quite a lot. He doesn't have a lot of choice. What he did do after, and we can also see by the time spent, Burmakin already spent half an hour.
Yeah.
Which is quite a lot for such an early phase, and Smirin seems to be knowing what he's doing.
And he's thinking again.
Yeah, here actually I don't know exactly how they usually play, but in general the system with c6 and e5 is considered slightly better for white in the Samish normally.
It looks very fine for white, of course.
No, very harmonious, definitely. Black somehow has to try to break with d5, but it probably runs into some takes and e5, yeah,
and then you build up the center with f4.
Then I go f4 next, and I think white
maybe
is
g3
quite happy.
as well.
Yes.
Or bishop e2.
Yeah, no, this is very. So probably he needs to play some other move, like to prepare d5, but.
We can maybe go.
Maybe you can even castle long.
Otherwise,
could be
bishop
interesting.
e2.
Bishop e2.
Now maybe d5 was okay.
Yeah, but it's also not because black is quite behind in development. Maybe it's okay. Even some try to go to some ending like knight b3 even. It's not clear to me that black is fine here, but also long castle is an interesting way. Or even rook d1 with ID. If you play d5, I take once, and I have bishop b5 in one go.
Yeah.
And after bishop d7, maybe I just even castle.
Yeah.
Something like takes and f takes and.
And in this position, when the rook is on d1, we can also see that the queen on d8 is not protected.
So maybe you can also play something like knight b3. Yeah.
But okay, maybe black can play bishop e6, but then may be able to go e5 once again.
Yeah, bishop
Or
e6. Yeah,
maybe we can
I
even
think
take, but I'm
rather
not
he would
sure.
try to sacrifice some central
Yeah.
pawn and then perhaps go knight b4. But actually,
And if you don't know this position with black, then
you might very easily end up in a
yeah.
very passive position. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, no, I think this knight e2 move by Smiren was very smart and immediately got Bumakin
Yeah.
out of his comfort zone. It looks like he really feels unpleasant now. Should we have a look at some of the other games?
Yeah, we can choose something that looks interesting, or if we have a player from Sweden somewhere, maybe.
So the top Swedish player at the moment is Erik Blomqvist against Konstantin Landa. So actually yesterday Landa was in some really fishy water against Lukander, and he was pawned down and also under some attack.
Yeah.
Probably just lost, I mean, objectively speaking, but he managed to turn the game around, enter an equal ending, and then from there outplayed Lukander quite convincingly.
And
Blomqvist,
he's of course a strong player and the rating favorite in this game.
Yes,
little bit,
but Blomqvist also normally likes to be the underdog.
Yeah.
He really likes to counterattack. So Blomqvist is mainly a semi-Slav player.
Yeah.
Normally he goes d5, c6, and
he can play a lot of things.
Yeah, but mainly, I mean, the semi-Slav was always his main option. But the Nimzo he's played a bit as well. Maybe after knight f3 he intended to play d5 and knight c3, c6, and he avoided quite a lot of dry options.
And he wants to take a pawn, defend it forever.
Yeah, this is also
one of his
characteristics. Yes. So they enter this Rubinstein Nimzo Indian short castle. Here knight e2 is also quite popular, but bishop d3 was always and still is the main line.
Yeah.
d5, knight, but here knight e2.
It's knight f3 is considered main move, yes.
Yeah, knight f3 was always the main. Also, an interesting idea is to take and play knight e2.
But the idea with knight e2 is always to try to play f3.
Always to play f3 and then either to play g4 and expand a bit with knight g3, or to play e4 and take control of the center. But here, maybe you can also start by bishop d2, rook c1, and then f3, and then keep the king in the center.
And this f3, I mean, if you go back to this position with knight f3, what usually happens is this c5, and we get this normal position where white gets isolated pawn.
Yes, for example, like this.
And the difference here, I think, is the knight on f6 is not worse than the knight on f3, but sometimes with this knight e2, for example, if you
play c5, for example,
and we go into the same position more or less.
Yeah,
but can also avoid it.
For example, if you go into the same position now, I think actually the white knight is worse placed on e2 than on f3. It's a bit more active on f3. But if you go c5 here, then I think white would like to take.
Yeah.
And takes, and here.
Yeah,
and takes.
Yeah, this is the position I'm talking about, when you can play f3 and the limit is knight on f6.
Exactly. In this structure, the knight on f6 is really much worse than the knight on e2. That is an important point. Probably the main positional idea of this knight e2 move. So this is actually what black tries to avoid. So in the game, he played c5, because also in this specific position you have some other interesting options. For example, you can even take and play e5, some sacrifice, and again trying to make use of the fact that the knight is on e2 rather than f3. And here you have normally white can't doesn't really take because it's
knight g4.
It's knight g4 and it's too much compensation. So he goes castle, and we get another form of the isolated IQP. And again, I think the knight is slightly better on f3, although here it's not as clear as in the other line.
Since the bishop is maybe misplaced for the moment on b4.
It's misplaced, and also this knight on f6 might get pinned and so on. But you also don't have to take, actually. You have, for example, a move like knight c6, and the game goes on. But it always seemed to me that black was breaking free quite easily here. So, but what he did is slightly surprising because he went c5 and after cd, ed, castle, he went rook e8.
Yeah. So what we mentioned was that c takes d4 is not so pleasant for black.
Exactly.
So,
C takes d4, you take back, and this is slightly unpleasant. So, but
rook e8.
and again we have this dilemma of the IQP, but now it's black who has it.
Yeah.
But I think again the knight on e2 feels less comfortable than the knight on f3. You might even be able to play a quick knight c6 and d4 and equalize the game completely. Here, I'm not sure, but it might be possible also try to take the pawn with the knight by going here. I'm not entirely sure, but he chose to play a3. Takes and b takes. And now we have yet another structure.
This is it's a famous structure in a way.
Yes.
Especially when this pawn on c5 comes to c4.
Exactly, but also already here, yeah. I mean,
with b6, yeah.
He played b6. He wants, of course, to trade.
Yeah.
And now this, actually, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's very well known and very interesting, actually. Even though it got slightly out of fashion the last couple of years, but it's a very classical structure. I mean, the most famous game, of course, being Butvinik against Capablanca from the Abru tournament.
What happens here is that if you can just show how the game.
Yes, normally, I mean, you cannot really avoid the exchange of light squared bishops with white. So this, now you can take. It's the same because normally you go back, and you go f3.
Yeah.
And with rook e2, rook a2, rook e2, something like this. I don't know exactly. For example, queen d7. You put the rook on e2, and you want to play at some point e4
and build a big center.
Yeah.
And also with the bishop on b2.
Yeah, the bishop on b2 will come, and but actually, after this game between Capablanca, they thought that White's position is quite comfortable. But I think actually it's not so easy because as soon as you play e4 here, I mean the d4 pawn is a bit weak, and also it's not. I mean it's not clear what you do next. I mean you also have some light squares, for example, the c4 square, and I think. Recently, I saw an interesting game by Dmitry Yakovenko against Sebastian Maase, where Maase used the idea of playing h5 and h4 and tried to kick the knight away from the center. I don't recall exactly how it went, but the knight, I think he even went back immediately, tried to put the knight on f2 and then proceed with e4. But Black had his chances. He went something like this, and after e4 he made use of the weakness on the f4 square. And okay, White center looks nice, but what is next? I mean, you don't really want to block, but you also don't really want to take on d5. I mean, you want to build up an attack without moving the pawns. But then they are weak, so I think it's.
But this is normally how the game proceeds.
Yeah, something exactly, something along those lines. And but it's very important that Black is able to do something with the knight on f6 when White plays e4, that it can move, because if White is allowed e4, e5, the knight doesn't have any square at all on f6. So I think this h5 is really a key idea. But it's also, I mean, lots of subtleties here. What move orders and so on. Should you start with rook a2 or f3 or knight g3, or I mean, should you sometimes play a4? Should you not? I mean, it's really, you have to be very accurate here with both sides, and
sometimes you may also change the structure completely.
Yeah. I mean, at some point maybe he even takes, or
maybe with a4 played in those positions.
Yeah, and then the bishop can come to a3 and so on. Yeah, no, it's very very interesting, very complex. Always very sharp battles here. Because positionally speaking, I mean, let's say we make some move here, takes. Let's say we would remove the queens from the board. Then there is no longer any kingside attack, and then probably this queenside initiative and this square on c4 is more valuable than attack and possibility.
Black is very sound there, the position.
No, without queens, yes, but the king is a long-term weakness. I mean, you can never really, or it's very difficult at least to make the king become safe without trading queens. And of course, White never allows this. So No, it's very complex, very sharp battle. So should we? What is this? Should we have a look at
we can have a
the
look
top
at
seed?
Andrekin's game. He's playing another player from Sweden, Viktor Forsberg, who made a draw against Borki Pradojevic yesterday, which was a fine result for him, of course. And
Yes.
we see that they.
Yeah, I mean Andrekin is playing a lot of different
Yeah.
stuff. Like he was playing for some time even the Trompovsky, the London system, something like that.
Yeah.
But for the game today, I mean Viktor Forsberg is a guy that's quite easy to prepare against because he always answers e4 with e5 and d4 with d5.
Yeah.
Tries to play in the most classical fashion possible, like long Spanish lines, and also very happy to play the Queen's Gambit with black, and just in the most classical fashion possible. And that is probably the reason why Andreikin chose to play d4, try to get some unorthodox positions. So e takes d4, knight takes d4. But now
knight g7 is a rare move.
A very rare move, indeed. I don't know if maybe if he uses to play like that, and that's why he wants to enter the Scotch Andreikin. Because knight g7 is really not considered one of the better moves here.
But the idea, in this game is similar to one in the Sicilian.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Taimanov's old exchange maneuver to take and then come with the next knight on c6. But the problem here is, I think, no matter where the queen goes,
maybe not c3, but
yeah, maybe not c3, but because bishop b4. But even if you go back, that white is now having this pawn on e4. Yeah, black will get his pawn on d6, so white is having some space advantage. So it's a bit passive for black. I mean, you will always be slightly worse.
But when it's at least good to have changed a knight if you're going to be passive.
Exactly. I mean, you want to trade a lot of stuff, but still, maybe he has some idea, like he can go d6 and something like this, and it's kind of harmonious, even though he's slightly lacking in space. But to me, it looks a bit passive. But queen d5, Andreikin played.
Classic idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, try to deliver mate. Why not? So queen f6. Yeah. Short castle, knight e5.
But this is not really so theoretical, I would guess.
No, I
playing chess now.
I have actually never seen this position before, what they got. But knight e5. Now, I mean, black starts to kick the white pieces away. I didn't really like this queen d5. I think it's too early. You should play something slower, just stabilize the position instead.
It was maybe too original.
Too original, yeah, probably. Because now bishop c5, I mean, now the c6 pawn is very good, of course, because it stops this idea of knight c3, knight d5, and also, I mean, if the knight has to go here, it's a bit clumsy.
Yeah, and the question is how black wants to play it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you can. Yeah, okay. Now bishop e3.
Now bishop e3 came.
Knight e2, maybe black can even consider to wait with the castle and
yeah, maybe
d6.
Yeah, d6
maybe
and
some ideas with h5.
Yeah, even to attack a bit. Yes.
If the knight is on d2, but
perhaps. Also, it's not clear what white's next is.
Yeah, since f2 is.
But Andreikin, I think he's happy just to get the position. I mean, he doesn't.
He still have this space advantage, no matter what he does.
Yeah, that is true. But also, just to get out of theory, get even an equal position. I think he's quite happy with. He just wants to play chess.
But now he's ready to go f4.
Now he's ready to go f4, which provokes a very interesting reaction.
g5.
Yeah, which, I mean, maybe actually it's forced, positionally speaking. Because if you go, for example, say d6, f4, this might be too passive.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not terrible, but it's really
easy
yeah. Just
with rook ad1.
Rook ad1, maybe put some pressure on the d6 pawn. The knight on g6 now looks a bit strange. So g5, very ambitious, but also maybe necessary. And now if white would play f4, of course this knight on e5 is very strong.
Yeah, it keeps the position together. You can play.
And you can always go for long castle later on. So he went what? He went knight d2 and just knight c4. Very simple chess.
So he's trying to trade this. I mean, if black takes, you're ready to go f4 again.
Yeah, I think his main idea is to stop bishop e6 because now the pawn is hanging. And yeah, he doesn't mind trading because then if he goes f4 next, then there is no strong knight on e5 anymore. So, and black can't really castle short, so probably the next move is forced.
The problem, what makes it harder to castle long for black is that the a7 pawn will be
Yeah, a7.
attacked.
Yeah, that is true. So, for example, takes and rook a d1 as they did. Now
No, you cannot castle long.
you cannot castle long, probably not, at least. And what else? You don't really want to play king. Actually, I think king e7 might be really bad because I can take here. And then I have e5 and rook d1. And yeah, it's not entirely clear, but at least it's very scary for black. And also, I guess any other move like rook d3 just doubling. So he went queen e5, queen a3, still attacking d6 and keeping an eye on the a7 pawn.
So you cannot play rook d8 here, for example.
Rook d8 or long castle.
Or you can play it, but you would always give a pawn, I guess.
Yeah, so he went king d7, which...
He's trying to reach c7 now.
Yeah.
Find some...
No, white is, of course, a bit better because d6 pawn is a bit weak and the king is in the center. But on the other hand, I mean, there are not too many pieces.
Positionally wise, black is quite solid here. With the pawn on the g5, and this it covers all the squares in the center now. If you can just make a couple of moves.
But also look at the white structure. Like look at those pawns. I mean, they are very solid, very well placed, very safe. So I mean, if everything goes wrong for white, he will still be equal at least. Like if he doesn't find a way to make use of his initiative. But
this move that he played, c4, looks a little slow in a way.
c4.
He's threatening c5 maybe.
Maybe, but that is met by d5. But I think he just wants to stop any outbreaks from black.
Yeah, but then he's just playing chess now, positional chess.
No, he's increasing the pressure here.
Yeah,
but because
so he cannot do anything immediately in this position. He cannot really attack d6.
Probably black is in time to defend something like maybe this.
And just king c7.
King c7, and the rook comes here. And I mean, later on you want to play a6 to free the rook and bring the rook to the play.
But in general, I think maybe black in a way has got an okay opening.
Maybe, but also he will always be a bit worse here, I think.
But well, I mean, now it's only queen and two rooks left now, yeah.
Yeah, it's not so much. It's not so much actually. Oh, very unorthodox play from both sides. Very interesting play. I don't know. My feeling is that white is a bit better, but it's not. Probably not that much.
I'm suspecting king c7 now.
King c7 must
just not to allow even this option of playing c5.
Yeah,
and the king will go there anyway. So
definitely, and then I don't know. I mean, d6 is the main weakness, but it's very difficult to attack. Oh, maybe
if you can, I mean, if you could give a check on a5, that could be annoying. But the queen is on e5 still.
Yeah.
You cannot.
But okay. Let's say I play a simple move like this. What is?
Maybe we should start with a6 if you want the other rook on d8.
Yes. Maybe.
I'm not. Maybe we'll go b4. I'm not sure.
Yeah, b4 to play c5. Something. Try to enter here. Yeah.
Let's say rook a to d8. Yeah.
Now c5 you want to take probably to trade a couple of.
I want to trade everything and offer a draw.
Yeah. No, that is a good idea, but yeah, maybe I will play very slowly, like queen b3 and then push the next pawn a4 b5. And I mean, you don't have any attack on the king side with black, so long term it's still slightly better.
I can always try to annoy you with rook f8, trying to.
Yeah. And if you trade queens, you're always equal here, at least. No, maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe black is fine. Very strange game. So what else should we?
Yeah, we can take a.
Let's take a short break.
Yeah, and we'll be back. back here at the Hasselbacken Chess Open, and well, they have the players have just ended the opening phase of their games more or less. But here on the first board, we see that the players have actually only made 10 moves, and we have had this quite famous Rosolimo variation, but it's a little. Nils mentioned this idea for black to building up this big center with e5 and maybe d6 or even d5 as we see in this game, and I think that the moves that are being played now can be quite important in order for the players to realize their general ideas. And in this position, you mentioned also that we have white has a kind of a Nimso Indian structure with the trying to targeting this pawn, which is like the only weak pawn in position because it can no longer be protected by any other pawn. And in general, white wants to target this pawn with moves like knight c3, bishop a3, maybe knight a4, and you can also increase the pressure sometimes with c4 and rook c1, trying to take on b5 or at least force a d4 move from black.
Yes.
But black tries to compensate this this potential weakness by building up a big center and having maybe easy development, but also chances of maybe at some point attacking white on the king side.
Yes.
So you mentioned this move knight c3 in this position, maybe the same idea as bishop a3 in the game, but maybe also putting some pressure on d5 immediately. Maybe making it easier to play a move like bishop d6, but this move may be playable anyway. But after bishop a3, we see that black chooses to go bishop g4 instead.
Yes, this is very interesting because in the reversed, we are talking now Samish Nimso Indian. Then after black plays, or in that case white plays e4. I don't know if we should maybe make the moves quickly.
From the beginning.
Let's say the Samish variation of the Nimso Indian.
With
a3 or f3, takes, c5, e3, castle, bishop d3, knight c6, knight e2, b6, and e4. And here it is very well known that the best move for black is to go knight e8 to avoid this bishop g5 pin, because the pin is here very annoying.
Yeah.
So and this is of course very similar to the position we get in we have in our game with back to the game position, and therefore instead of bishop a3, a very normal move would be knight e1 or knight fd2. In comparison.
Yeah, maybe this makes more sense.
Maybe
even knight
both. Just
this pawn is actually hanging. The queen is not protected, but
like this. That is actually a very good point. But knight fd2 in that case. Just by comparison, this would be a very natural move. But bishop a3, probably white could also argue that he's a tempo up compared to, because he's actually playing white.
This pawn may not be as critical anymore.
Yeah, exactly. At least it's very sharp, and you have an additional tempo, which is always nice. So, but bishop g4 is for sure the most ambitious way of playing for black.
And we see that he plays h3 immediately. So, well, he must probably break this pin at some point. Yes. So normally we don't go with g4 in this position, but the other way of breaking the pin, I guess, is rook e1, knight e2, knight f1, and knight g3.
Yes.
But then if the knight would end up on g3, we lose some pressure on this c5 pawn.
Yes, but the thing with this c5 pawn is that you don't need to take it within the following 15-20 moves. You can take it in 30 moves.
But then black may also be in time to finish the development and create some initiative maybe on the king side in order to compensate for this.
Yeah, no, he has to try to create something. Maybe after h3, there is a hook, a weakness on h3. Yeah. Which can be used, to play g5, g4, but
this g5 idea maybe.
But on the other hand, if the knight is on f1 or g3, It's much more safe than with a knight on a4, let's say.
Yeah. It would also
But
be a square here, maybe.
Yes, if you play g5, yes.
So let's see, bishop e7. This looks a little strange to me. I mean, the normal development for me would be to put the bishop here, maybe, and try to go to the knight, maybe to e7.
Yeah, I think his idea is to go with the knight on h6 instead, and
Yeah,
perhaps further on to f7.
it might be a problem here tactically. I'm not sure, because since the black king is still on e8, then white has this rook on e1.
I mean that he can maybe take on d5 and then take on e5 now, or what? Followed by knight c6.
Maybe you can also. I'm not sure about the move like c4.
But c4, knight e7, and
yeah, I want to play knight c3 or something.
But I think I will just give this pawn on d5 and develop. But maybe you can take on e5. What is happening there? Looks very.
Right now?
Yes, it looks very strange. But seeing is after bishop bishop takes d1, knight c6, and you win back the queen, keeping an extra pawn.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Taking with the.
If you take back, then just take on d1. But bishop takes c2, perhaps.
Bishop takes c2. Yeah.
But then I think knight b7, and it looks like the position is just falling apart.
But if we take here and we take here, then we have actually one pawn up.
Just one pawn up. Yeah, knight takes
e5.
So
white is already much
So
better.
bishop e7, probably it's because it's necessary.
So this move rook e1 was a little tricky then.
Probably, yeah.
Bishop e7. So now the knight.
But the knight can come to h6. It's I think not such a big problem. But the question is how quick black is now.
It was just because I have this bishop now on h5, which could, when it was on c8, could be developed to e6. But now if bishop must drop back, it would maybe also want to drop back to f7 at some point.
Yeah, that is all. That is. You mean the knight? They are a bit clumsy.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, white must break free of the pin in some way.
So
I'm expecting him to play knight bd2, but maybe there is something more critical.
Yeah, he played knight c3 now, so he's trying to realize this idea now, actually. Black immediately goes for c4. This is okay. It's a classical break when you have this potential weakness, but
yeah. But on the other hand, white is very solid, so I don't really see the reason why it should work.
No, it shouldn't. The idea, I mean,
the problem is that okay, let's say white has to take on e7.
Yeah, the bishop is not protected anymore, so.
And then now black can take with the knight, which okay is quite natural. But even after, let's say you play.
Maybe we should.
Maybe d takes c. Could be a way. Now if you take with the d pawn, I probably can just trade queens, or even just queen e2. Yeah.
It's not interesting to sacrifice.
Maybe you can play d4 to sacrifice, but
no.
Like I think you should not allow bishop takes f3. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop takes f3. So then we have.
Yeah, probably to a4.
Here.
Probably there. And again, this knight on e7, had it been on e6 instead, I think black would have fantastic compensation with knight f4 coming, or even knight g5. But the knight on e7 is really misplaced here. And you also cannot play knight g6 because of g4. The bishop is trapped. So here I actually doubt that black is having full compensation.
But then he.
No, maybe he
won't take here.
Yeah, maybe he can take. Yeah, that's. But now I think actually any move, like even queen e2.
We can.
Can maybe win a pawn, but I don't think you have to.
We can. How?
I have just beat c4. It wins one pawn.
But black can also trade and take on f3.
Yeah. But let's say
we talk about.
B takes. Yeah,
we talk about this. But black would have.
But some compensation, yes. But even here, I think white is slightly better.
But the pawns.
They are very ugly.
Quite ugly.
Yeah. No, here black has definite drawing chance. But I think just queen e2 is the bigger problem. Let's say you take, I take with the a pawn.
Yeah.
Next move, I can play queen e3.
So now black is having the worst pawn structure, of course.
Yes, a7 particularly is very weak, and still, I mean, this knight on e7.
This knight is having trouble.
And actually, if you're in time to play queen e3, knight d2, the bishop on h5 is suddenly out of play rather than annoying. And that position would be just fantastic. There's no compensation for the weaknesses whatsoever.
The question is, yeah, we see that
Mm.
knight takes e7 is the last move, and I mean the difference is now if we take here.
Now you can take. I mean, now we get this other ending.
Now white is no longer have this option of queen e2.
It's
But
not.
we have to take the pawn or let black
Yeah,
take.
exactly.
So,
It's at least it's not as good. But d
is more
takes e looks.
precise.
I don't know if he has some idea with queen a5, for example, or
right away, maybe.
but very hard to believe that it should work.
And now maybe
Yeah, either knight a4 or just queen d3.
queen d3.
It looks, I mean, very bad for black actually.
Yeah, it's almost just.
I mean, I really don't like this knight on e7. It's terrible, simply. I mean, maybe he wants to play d4 and try to get some positional compensation.
You mean
yes,
here.
knight a4 and
knight
then
a4 may be important because otherwise, I mean, it's good to stop this move.
Yeah,
c5 somehow.
But and now maybe just castle, try somehow with f5 later on or something like that. I mean, white is definitely better, but there is some sense.
Know if we should.
Yeah, knight c5. I don't know, maybe even queen c8 or queen d6. Just.
Yeah.
I mean.
Something like this.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, slowly for black, just try to build stuff up.
Very speculative for black. I mean, he will try to do something now. On
yeah, but it's maybe better than than having this similar position without any compensation. I mean, without any activity. Okay, so I think he can be very satisfied
if
with
we
the
look on the
outcome.
clocks, we see that Benjamin Book actually have used a lot of time. Just
indicating.
I mean, he had a lot of time. Just a couple of moves earlier. It was almost.
He really likes to think also. But no, probably he's trying to understand Shirov's idea here, but maybe simply there is no idea. I mean, at least no good idea. I don't know. No, I think it's just much better. Should we?
But actually, I mean, because maybe, I mean, of course, he would like to have the bishop here, but you pointed out this problem with knight takes e5 in the end.
Yeah. Actually,
so
even
decided to go for this. But
even if I play another move, you can still take on d5, right? Like, let's say I would have played knight h6.
You still have
I have the same idea. It's maybe even better now. Yeah. No, black is. I think.
So maybe this move with bishop g4.
It's too ambitious. Yeah. We were speaking about this extra tempo that maybe it matters, and it seems it matters quite a lot. Probably.
So we see also that they took this pawn on c4, but we go to this game again.
Yeah. Let's take next game.
So we were in this position of the bishop f1 and bishop c5. So we also mentioned that in this position, bishop f1 is quite unusual. Normally we see queen e2 or bishop b3 being played here.
Yes.
So the idea with bishop f1 is, well, if the bishop ends up on b3, you're somehow in the dilemma that your bishop may become bad on b3 if you cannot produce anything concrete against the black king. But this is more playing it more slow, maybe trying to put the bishop on g2 or just stay on f1 and trying to put the pawn on c4 and so on.
Yes, more positional.
So bishop c5 came, and I guess this was a correct reaction to what white did. So we were more or less expecting this move.
Knight b3, yes.
And then trying to play c4 because, we also mentioned that white may play this move bishop g5, which he normally does when the queen is on e2 or the bishop on b3, but this is more what you do when you try to play a sharp game or maybe try to produce some kind of king's attack toward the black king. But now the bishop is not working in the.
Yeah, that is true. But on the other hand, also black played bishop c5, which maybe he doesn't really like to. I mean, he would prefer to play bishop e7 after bishop g5, and in that case, he will lose the tempo.
Although the bishop may come back to d3 one day.
Yeah, it could.
If we do have that.
It could.
So we see this idea. We also spoke about that black can in some cases rather castle long.
Yes.
Especially, yeah, the bishop normally stands on d6, I think, but also on the c5 it's quite active. And if we can castle along and put these two bishops along these two diagonals, or having the bishop here rather, and then
Yes.
I mean, including moves like h5 and knight g4, black can have, I mean, can become quite active for black
No,
anyway.
yeah, no. White has to do something quite quickly now in order to compensate for that.
But he played c3.
Yeah, intending b4 probably, and pushing the pawns towards the king.
Normally, if I mean, if black tries to realize this idea in this position, if we would rather play queen e2 and let's say bishop d7. I mean, the difference now, I don't know what we play, but I was just thinking about when we have the bishop here and the queen here, we sometimes have motifs with bishop takes a6.
That is also true, yeah. But on the
But
other hand,
the
it's
difference is that,
easier to push the pawns when you have the bishop on f1. I think
yeah,
that's the main advantage. So, but he
see,
goes for long castle black here, yeah.
but this should be fine for black in general.
Yeah.
The question is,
It's very unclear.
this bishop doesn't want to take here anymore because the g5 would open, but it would rather like to drop back to g3 maybe.
Possibly, yes. It depends
But
a bit what happens. I think he wants to push the pawns and see what happens later.
yeah. So
Then adjust.
b4 looks reasonable here.
Definitely.
So black of course doesn't want to exchange here now, but he goes back to d6 instead, yes. So now we can see that white is already closing into the white camp with this pawn. Maybe including a4 before this, or maybe even c4 at some point. But this pawn is hanging now, of course. So
no, g3 is necessary. But black has to generate some counterplay. I would expect h6 to be very.
Now we see that when
reasonable.
g3 is played, white cannot challenge this bishop with this.
Yeah, but maybe it's.
So after h6.
But I think he just wants to take and play probably b5. Maybe a4, but just b5 to attack. Because if a5, I think I will just go b6 and give one pawn to open up the position. And then rook b1, queen f3. Now the bishop is very strong on g2. Yeah. No, this I think is more very bad. But so maybe h6 is a bit slow. But in general, I mean, the white king is quite safe with the bishop on g2. It looks like this idea of long castling is maybe a bit too aggressive.
But then this move e5 is justified.
E5, yeah.
It's justified then, because
it's a very interesting move.
This knight no longer have influence over the b5 square, and we are maybe ready now to play bishop c6.
Yes, definitely. Okay, you kill your other bishop, but then again, it's already killed by g3, so e5 is a logical reaction.
Black is not really trying to mate white here, but rather just putting his pieces on good squares.
Yes, take control of the center.
So now knight b3 and bishop e6 instead.
I would have expected the bishop to go on the other diagonal. Yes, knight a5 must be
like this.
Yes, definitely.
Now you cannot stay on this diagonal anymore, because if you play a move like this, we can already take on f6.
Yeah. No, the only question is what happens if I take on b4 there, yeah?
Yeah, in this position.
I mean, that's some kind of mess. But it's really...
Maybe we should start with this move.
Yeah, because then you have a check on g4. Now
I saw this check, because if this one we have check on g4, and after this one we actually
win the bishop.
Protect this knight again. With a
no, that is true. So okay, just bishop takes f6, knight a5, and white is much better. So bishop c6 possibly doesn't work.
I mean, you can also just play a waiting move like king b8, I guess.
Yeah.
Because the king.
True.
I mean, it's safer there when we take away this check in this variation.
Yes, that's true. I guess white still would have gone knight a5.
Yeah.
Or something like this. But he went bishop e6.
And now, I mean, now.
No, there is a threat of bishop takes b4, most likely.
So we must move the queen in this position.
Queen e2, he went. And your move king b8.
Yeah, king b8 came. So the king is of course always a little bit safer on b8.
Yeah.
Rather than c8. And knight a5 now.
Yeah.
So he's trying to targeting this pawn.
Yeah, I think he wants black to take on c3, but it's a bit naive.
Yeah.
Then any move would
So we saw
probably
that
win. Yeah.
we have this poison pawn here on c3. I'm
Mm,
not sure.
no, it's
Almost.
difficult to
This
say
is
which one,
almost.
but knight takes b7 looks very promising. I mean, just take on a6 and
We already have rook c1.
rook c1, even rook e3 actually.
But this wins on the spot, right? Because I mean, we can include these moves, but the point was
Yes,
this check. And if
and
you
king
go to
a8 and mate. Yeah.
if you go to a8, we have bishop g2, which, and if this one I mean,
Rook
I'm not
c1, I
even
think.
sure if this is the best move.
No, but it's definitely unplayable. But this pawn on c3 is
Yeah, it's not impossible. I'm not. I mean,
no,
it
any
may even
move.
be,
Yeah, just rook c1. But then after knight a5 there is some pressure. Yeah, I mean, somehow this bishop on d6, bishop on e6, this construction doesn't look very convincing. And let's say white to move would play knight c4, and you would trade everything off.
Yeah.
It would still be very good for white actually with the bishop pair. So I think something went a bit wrong for Gaganov here.
Maybe this idea with the castling long was actually not.
But maybe after b4 he should do something. I don't know, something more accurate. It's a bit difficult to tell. But after,
I mean, I guess it's should be fine to
no, probably,
castle short.
Probably, yeah. But then again, this bishop c5. Why did you play this move? It's not clear. I don't know.
I mean, we also mentioned in the main lines
that you can play h6.
that
Yeah,
we had this move when the bishop is
yeah.
on b3 or the queen on e2. This h6 is
Yeah, no.
interesting move just to stop this idea. And then if let's say white, but then we saw this scenario when white rather plays quite positional.
Yeah, c4.
So something like I'm not sure how to do this.
a3
A3
probably.
Let's say
Move the queen maybe now, or queen e2, queen f3, something like this. Okay, it's a different story. Let's see the position in the game. No.
Oh no.
Knight a5.
Bishop e6. Knight a5.
No, yeah. And he played bishop g4, yeah?
Bishop g4.
But again, what is he actually intending? Just queen e3 he went? I don't know.
D5,
Knight d5, then queen e4, I guess. Or even actually take on d8 first.
Aha,
so
this rook is already hanging on d8.
It's hanging with check. But no, it looks very unplayable because bishop g2 will be next. You probably have to go back with bishop c8.
I mean, you can still play knight c4.
Yeah. No, definitely. Actually, you could have played queen c4 probably even. It looks a bit. I mean, not too ambitious, but actually, it's probably a bit better.
Taking this endgame.
Yeah, knight takes, and you will get the bishop pair, most likely, and you will be slightly better for sure. But after queen f8, maybe he thinks that his advantage is even bigger. So, okay.
The problem is that we don't really have so many active moves here for black. This knight cannot move,
I think
and this bishop is stuck on d6.
You should try to play maybe bishop c8, just somehow try to survive. Or I don't know, h6 and then bishop c8 after bishop g2.
So we will have to take.
Yeah, takes. I don't know, even maybe a3 followed by c4, c5, or actually c4 immediately perhaps, and some tricks.
C4.
I mean, takes and take on b7 was the idea,
and
something like rook b1 next. It's difficult to say, but
even
a3. I mean, if there is time, maybe there is no need to calculate such lines.
But also, I mean, you can also insert this move bishop here.
Yeah, bishop g2, bishop c8.
And now
again,
you can also play a move like this.
Yeah, now rook b1 followed by c4. Looks very, very passive.
Black will, I mean, have to
some f5,
try something.
Yeah, f5,
like
f4, or even f5 maybe followed by e4 to dominate this bishop. But it looks like I don't think there is enough compensation.
But here, black is definitely in the driver's seat here.
No, white, yes, definitely. It's very pleasant for white.
So we can go to this game again.
Yes.
Between Saviano and Evgeny Postny. And yeah, we had this Rui Lopez.
I think we left by move 13. Yeah.
The opening, you play a lot nowadays, and
Yeah.
these kinds of positions.
Yeah, this position I had.
We had this move. You mentioned this maneuver with the knight to b7.
Yes, but also that it's maybe premature due to bishop b3 coming, which also happened.
Knight b6, and yeah, you mentioned these two options. But the problem with this was that bishop d5 is now in the air, and this pawn is a little loose.
It's true.
So the knight b6, he took the pawn on b4 now.
Probably he felt that black was ready to play d takes c3 followed by b4 next.
Yeah, so this idea.
I mean, for example, knight g3.
Earlier, I mean, this idea exists in the position trying to undermine this square.
Yes.
Or just exchange one more pawn. And
yeah, exactly. Relieve the pressure somehow. So he eliminates that ID and goes knight g3. Now a very natural move would be knight b4 in order to play c5. But it might run into bishop f4. When the problem is that the rook is misplaced on b8. I mean, you cannot really play c5, and that was the main. I mean, there is a move like rook b7 perhaps to try to play c5 next.
I mean, but if you're really, it doesn't work here. I was just thinking about maybe crazy moves, but you have bishop e5 here.
Probably you cannot really.
Even though you can go back here now.
Yeah, but I mean,
but it looks.
It's a bit too much, probably.
Otherwise, it could be a good idea if you were forced to drop back somewhere. If you were forced to drop back, then you could.
Then maybe c5. Yeah,
then
you have
this
some.
move can be justified.
Yeah, it could be. It could be potentially. But bishop g4 is a more sober reaction, I would say. Now knight e5 might be a threat. Yeah. For example, if you play h3, which is very natural. Then maybe you're in time to take knight e5 and c5 next. I mean, no, it's hanging on d3, so but maybe.
But if it's hanging on d3, what?
Yeah, no, it's not really working. Yeah, so after queen e2, my idea was c5, and either c4 or just knight takes d3 next. And yeah, I don't know. I would still expect white to have some initiative. Yes, bishop f4, bishop d6 perhaps, or something. Some knight f5. But at least here black does have some counter chances, definitely.
Yeah.
Like c4 here, for example, and it's perhaps very unclear. I mean, probably white somehow gets a slight edge, but nothing too much. And for example, takes an e5.
But you can also maybe do it like this.
Yeah, but b2 is hanging at the end, so it should be quite safe. No, but white is definitely never worse here. But bishop g4 is maybe, I mean, necessary to avoid being down pressed completely.
And this h3 move is.
No, it's definitely not forced.
Because actually in this case, if you would try to do it like this, now g5.
Maybe g5, yes.
Because now you get this move knight e5 as well.
Yeah, now at least it makes much more sense than before. And here, yeah, probably here you have enough.
Yeah.
Even though you still have to be a bit like h3. Knight takes f3, g takes, bishop takes h3, and f4, and queen h5, and so on. It's but I mean, it's also, I mean, black is a pawn up, and white also has some weaknesses.
You could also, I mean, you can play like.
Maybe, but now f5, the f5 square is very vulnerable. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, of course, you're not forced to play this move, but
no, definitely. But I think it's very interesting g5 here.
But h3 is most expected move, I guess.
Yeah, but maybe it's here. It seems to me that black somehow manages to escape.
Yeah, this was also seen in the game. Yeah, he took care, but he's thinking. No, he's not thinking.
No, he's not thinking. But actually,
maybe this can be an idea.
Yeah, g takes. I mean, just to gain this time to play f4 next and stop
Just
because
trying something.
normally in the Royal Opus you say that this king is only weak when the knight is not on g3. When the knight is on g3, the structure is not really a problem for the king. It might be a problem positionally speaking with the squares, but not the king. I mean, the king is very safe. So this could be an idea. But
I guess black plays.
but now maybe knight b4. Yeah, I mean, and c5 coming. f4, c5, and okay, then will be c4, and yeah, it's possible, but it's very ambitious.
Our bishop is
Most likely it's too ambitious. Yeah. No bishop, no queen takes is of course the
knight e5 comes
okay.
with the tempo, of course, but knight b4 is.
No, but knight b4.
Now we
Okay,
maybe
maybe
in time for stuff like this. Yeah,
yeah, and bishop h6 and everything.
Now the king is too weak.
Yeah. Also, just bishop d2 actually, stopping c5 because then I can just take the knight. No, knight e5 must be the idea. Must be.
And we cannot give this pawn, I think.
No. The queen e2, c5, and now something. Probably bishop f4.
Yeah, but maybe not bishop d6.
But what else? Otherwise, you have to pin yourself.
Okay, maybe. And after this move,
No, I think c4.
Can we drop back or?
Maybe also, but
maybe the king is weak again. I'm not sure.
Not so easy to. I think the problem is rather if white manages to stop c4. Like let's say I go rook e d1 now.
Yeah. So now the d4 pawn.
Exactly. Now you don't really have c4.
Can take like
yes.
this.
And if you don't have c4, then I go rook c1 next, and it's very dangerous.
So now we go c4.
Probably c4, yeah.
And,
no, as said, I mean you have always this possibility to trade everything off with white and be very safe.
Yeah.
Like let's say
But even that can be. I mean, it can be a little dangerous for white because you end up with this passed pawn.
Maybe, but okay. It's probably it's a bit much to hope for an advantage with black, I think. But after, if let's say I take immediately on c4, like maybe you can play d3. I thought. I mean, intermediate move. It could be an idea. Or am I actually blundering queen e3 to g3? And there is some kind of.
So the idea was to take with the pawn.
Yeah, of course. But now queen g3 and a lot is hanging.
Yeah,
seems to be
diagonal is horrible.
Yeah,
pick up everything.
I will win a couple of pieces there. Probably. No, okay, but otherwise, I mean, it would be very nice to get those pawns. So if you just b takes c4 here, I thought I can take on e5.
d4, no e5, yeah.
And then take on c4. Takes.
So
and now it's not quite the same because I still have my knight on f5. Rook takes b2 probably, and rook a d1.
Yeah, was also, but this maybe.
It's also maybe rook a7, yeah. But at least I have rook a d1 and the
pawn. To win a pawn.
Yeah. Okay, there is still. I mean, it continues queen f6 and.
Now we cannot take immediately.
But now you have yeah. But you have some move, even like some funny looking move like queen c5. I think is some knight e7 and knight d5 or something. But it's
actually winning that wooden piece on e5.
Yeah,
I mean
but you can move also.
Okay, it would be, yeah.
But here, or even maybe g3 instead of also. Here, I mean, it's absolutely clear that white is the only one who can try here. Yeah, rook d3 also.
Maybe you have you don't have g6 because we have
I always check.
Knight g4 in worst case.
And still, I mean, black should hold, but it will be 4 against 3. Yeah.
Now we actually win a pawn.
Yeah. No, here, I mean, white is, but it's very little. I imagine black will hold easily. But
I guess everyone would be happy if you could at least win a pawn, and he can never lose this.
Yeah. No. Here I think he's not even winning. Probably black can defend, but at least white is.
Maybe something like this actually.
Maybe like this also. Yeah. But it might also just drop off like rook a d1. d2. Like this. And you take with the rook on b2. Maybe interesting.
But maybe we can win this pawn
somehow. Maybe.
But it's maybe black can be in time here to do something. I'm not sure.
Yes. No. No, if I take, what is the idea? If I take on d2.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Just I just want it to be
Some queen f4, but okay, I'm very safe with white.
Yeah, just
Okay, rook d1. I think. I mean, you're even g3.
Just trying to.
But now soon I will go queen b5 or something. Okay, actually not now because you have queen takes d1. But something like no, it's too much.
But in general, just to you want to, if you either compensate for it or defend it by active play.
Yeah.
Something like this, but it's.
No, but also the other line looked quite safe. I mean.
And we see that the last move is queen e2.
Yeah, and c5 must be played. It must be played. It's the only way.
Because otherwise f4 is coming.
Yeah. Or even bishop f4. But I mean, it's the only idea for black in such a position.
And this move doesn't help much, of course, and we would still be in this pin. Knight h5 is also a move.
Yeah, maybe. And the only point would be somehow to defend d4 from f6, but I think it's unlikely that it will. Now maybe.
I mean, this is.
I don't know. Yeah, knight h5. Even a move like rook a5 somehow. Okay, it's like you have to stop c4 because e5 will be hanging by the rook, but but maybe you can take with the knight. You can take with the knight. Or now also this d3 idea might be.
Knight f6 is an idea.
No, bishop f6 maybe a possibility.
And now you play this.
Something like this. And again, you can, if you want to, you can take everything, and we get the same.
So I like this.
No, I think you should try. If you want to be ambitious with white, you have to keep the pieces in the center.
Yeah.
You have to allow black to press forward and then try to make use of the weak pawns.
But the problem, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this bishop. If I don't trade everything off, what will I do with this bishop?
No, I mean, yeah, that's. You mean I'm not in time? Again, rook ed, but
now I'm not threatening this pawn, I think.
No, just c4. Yeah. Actually, now. No,
c4.
bishop f6 is interesting also. Yeah, definitely, I agree.
Because when if we take this off on f6, the queen is better on f6, I guess, than compared to.
No, that is true. Yeah. No, then I have to take also on e5, which I don't really want. So.
Yeah, it also threatened this bishop on f4. Yeah. So bishop f6. The drawback is, of course, that this rook is now the knight is pinned.
Yeah. So I don't know if I can play a move like. I mean, trying to make use of that fact somehow. I thought queen h5, but probably you can take on d3, and take on e1.
Yeah. But
looks
even g6.
Even g6 maybe. No, it's a bit too much. Too much to ask for. Yeah, no, bishop f6 actually it does have a choice. And could white play instead of bishop f4 something else? Probably not, because f4 you will just take on d3 and be very happy, I guess.
Can we play bishop h4 here?
Even bishop h4, yeah. No. So again,
I mean, other idea from some Roy Lopez
variation. No, looks like white is a bit overloaded here. No, bishop f4 must be. No, bishop. Okay, it's actually a difficult choice, but bishop f6 also doesn't seem stupid. Yeah, we will see.
Maybe we can we go here? But we have maybe no other. No square from here after a move like rook e8. The idea was, of course, that if you take, we have a lot of pressure on the.
Yeah, but also here maybe a rook e8 is a
but
possibility.
Maybe right away. No.
It's even better, yeah. No, I agree. No, only if you somehow can. I mean, if your bishop was on d2, maybe some bishop a5, bishop d5, but you're not in time, I think. No, we will see.
Yeah, sure. Okay, we see c5 have been played, but we can go back to maybe Smirn's game.
Yes.
It was an interesting opening because it was this Caro-Kann with knight e2, but we transposed to
to Samish, Samish system.
And Burmakin used a lot of time in the opening, and he has only 22 minutes left after.
But he decided to go for this d5, which looked a bit premature. Maybe he has to.
We would rather like this with rook e1.
But it also wasn't clear at all what was going on.
And we mentioned this idea, of course.
Yeah, no, this you have to do. Okay,
this and f4.
Yeah.
So white, I mean, have this nice pawns and
No, black has to do something quick.
control of this,
Yeah,
of his
yeah.
center.
So black has to do something quick before white manages to develop. So knight c6.
Bishop b. This looks a little unusual.
Which one?
This bishop b5.
Maybe.
I mean, normally.
But it's a bit difficult to react to, no? I mean, you don't want to take on d4. That would kind of stabilize the position.
And you take with.
I thought the bishop.
Yeah.
Because even if you play f6, I mean, first of all, I can maybe take, but I can also just castle. Yeah, anywhere, but and you didn't really solve too many of your problems, I think. Just take back with the bishop, yeah.
Very weak.
Yeah, and the king will also probably turn out to be weak.
So white have in this position both initiative and also very sound position strategically.
Yeah. No, definitely. No, I think you have. What he did was probably an interesting reaction. Knight e7.
So, but
you want to bring your other knight probably to c7 and then maybe take control of the f5 square.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, something like this. But
it was actually interesting because Miran had Rui Lopez himself in the. It was the second round, and he had actually a position quite like this, but black had a pawn here on c6 instead, and the black actually had this maneuver in the game with the bishop on c8. He jumped with his knights to f5 and e6. So it was quite similar to this game.
Now he's on the white side.
Yeah, he was in the white side.
This
game as well.
Like this.
Castle and knight c7.
No, and here he decides not to move the bishop. Probably this. I mean, you could move, but maybe he feels it's even better not to.
And I guess maybe f6.
Probably.
Because it's hard to defend the pawn now.
No, you can, but the thing is,
you can of course take.
When you take, you're still better. Yeah, I mean, just any move, and you trade a couple of light pieces and end up with this weak pawn on d5 and the weak king. It would be the idea. But
yeah, he chooses to. But
no, if you take, I take with the c knight most likely, and I will have a knight on d6 very shortly afterwards.
And also this.
Also c7 square. Now this looks also terrible. I mean, your dream would be to end up with the knight on d4 against the bishop on c8.
Yeah.
That would be very, very good for white. So rook c1, and he went f6 anyway.
And now he took.
Yeah, he has to take probably. And here he decides.
So
he goes on
that. Also trying to generate some pressure.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, another idea can be to bring the bishop to f3.
I would like to have it closer to the king, and because the only possibility for black is to get some counterattack against the king, but probably he feels that he doesn't need to, and then it's just a waste of time.
So king h8. Yeah, okay. The king is safer on h8, but doesn't involve any other idea.
No, that's. But the problem is probably that there are no other ideas. I mean. But the question is, how do you continue in the most precise fashion? What should you actually try to achieve here with white? Is it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would like to remove this knight from d4 and
then
try
trade
to
the bishops. Yes.
But you may not be in time.
No, knight
maybe this or maybe
even knight. But knight e6, I go rook d1 simply. I think. Probably rook c d1, and now the d5 pawn is.
But this
knight f5. I thought I have bishop c5 probably.
But maybe that's
bearable for black.
Is it okay to allow this?
I mean, rook f7, knight e5.
I mean, strange moves like d4. Okay.
I can
sorry.
probably take.
I missed that. I can take on d8. Otherwise, it could be. Okay,
to give some exchange. Yeah.
Because otherwise.
Yeah, but I mean, but I have also knight e4, I think, and. No, here. Let's say you move the rook.
To g8.
Yes, or f7. I don't know which one, but in any case.
I mean, you have.
I have knight e5 at the very least, but I can also maybe just play rook cd1. It's also very interesting.
White is
much better. No, I think
king h8.
I think something.
But then I mean, okay. So this is an idea.
Yeah, but you can also just improve the position in any reasonable, like bishop b3 even.
Yeah.
Rook cd1 or I don't know. So what is actually black supposed to do here? I have no idea.
What I like in general with having the bishop on f3 is that sometimes in this kind of structure, when you have this pawn on f4, you like to play a move like g3
yeah,
in
to
general.
stabilize even
And
more.
then the bishop belongs here.
Yeah, but I think he simply doesn't need any of it because he's so far ahead. Simply too many tempos ahead compared to normal.
The question is, I mean, another idea which could be is to play bishop c2 and try to push f5.
Yeah, but there is
really going
yes,
for,
but there is no need probably. I mean, his position is so good that he doesn't need to do anything at all drastic. Another thing with bishop b3 is that it actually stops knight f5. I mean,
if you would try it right away, yeah.
Yeah, because now probably I can take in d5, and I'm just a pawn up for nothing, or absolutely nothing. So. Yeah, he went knight e6.
He did the. Yeah, he did play bishop b3, and the knight e6 was played.
Yes.
And the rook e1. So.
Yeah, very simple chess. Yeah, increasing the pressure.
So very successful opening for Smirn.
Very
for sure.
Yeah, no, here he's I think almost winning.
Yeah.
Just positionally, and also he's way ahead on clock. So.
Maybe you should try knight g7.
Yeah, maybe. But okay, I will.
But you're not ready to go knight f5 anyway. Man.
It will always be hanging on d5, and also again this knight f3 might be.
But what can you really do? I mean, you can always try to exchange pieces, maybe lose a pawn and hope for the best.
Yeah, probably somehow give the pawn, try to reach some, I don't know, rook ending, perhaps pawn down. What about knight c5? I mean, you begin to think about some sacrifice, but it doesn't really work. Yeah, I mean,
can play knight c6. I'm not sure if.
But I will take on b3 in any case.
Yeah.
The queen is hanging. Maybe you can play knight c5, but
you can of course move the bishop.
Yeah, but I also don't need to. I think I can play
this move again. This was the idea he used earlier.
Yeah, but then he had the d6 square, so it's not exactly the same. But maybe also here, take with the knight probably.
A7 is maybe hanging after this move.
Yeah, and also bishop d4 is a big threat.
But yeah, so after a6 we could maybe play this move and now bishop d4.
Yeah, or even bishop a7 actually.
Yeah.
Could be, but maybe still knight c5 and after knight b5 some. B6. Yeah, b6 is possible, but also knight e4 might be possible. I don't know. I mean, it looks bad, but at least now you have some kind of activity.
Somewhere. But in general, all white pieces stands very well.
Yeah, but I think if we trade one knight, it will be even easier for white.
Yeah.
You have kind of one knight too many.
It's one knight too many.
Exactly. So maybe knight c5 to avoid the exchange of knights. Still it's terrible, of course, but here you're kind of continuing to struggle.
Yeah, we also looked at Erik Blomqvist's game.
Yeah, maybe we should have a second look.
Landa, and we had this name so Indian with knight e2 rather than knight e3.
Yes.
Knight f3, yeah.
Yes.
So c5, and yeah, we talked about this structure and the Botvinnik game between against the Capablanca.
Yeah. But he decided to change the style of play with c4, which is, I think, normally less ambitious. What you try to achieve is to get some position where you have 4 against 3 and the bishop, and then 2 against 1 and a knight. So, and that is a very slight advantage, but it's not really. I mean, I would expect something like bishop a6 to be very safe for black here.
You mean already?
Already here, yeah.
Then
take on d3 and queen takes d5 and
maybe we try to get a pawn here on d5. Or...
maybe you can do that. But also this,
I mean,
queen,
black is of course very active.
Yeah, queen h5 or something.
This was the idea, but
knight bd7 or even knight g4.
So yeah, the idea is of course to try to do something like this. But
yeah.
But maybe it's no, this idea maybe okay.
No, it's playable for white probably, but also it's not very ambitious.
So instead we see that Eric takes on d4, so he's trying to simplify the position a little bit.
Yeah. No, maybe this is even safer, because now after knight takes you can go bishop a6 if you want to.
If we take with the pawn, I guess this
position
would be extremely
pleasant for black, yes. You can even play bishop a6 immediately to trade off the bishop if you want to. You have control over d5.
So knight takes d4 must be played.
But he decided to play simply.
But now we can...
no, I thought bishop a6 was the...
Maybe still bishop a6.
Yeah, very safe.
We take on d3.
Queen takes.
And now we don't have the same idea, but...
no, this white is slightly better, but it's very theoretical. I mean, it's almost nothing. But bishop b7? I mean, it's not clear why you should keep the bishops, yeah? No, but also why you should keep. I mean, because white will not take on d5 and allow queen takes.
Bishop b2.
Yes.
d7, so trying to go to e5.
Probably, yes.
Or c5.
Yes, yes.
So now he takes, but now the queen is not ready to take.
Exactly. So, what happens? Yeah, knight c5.
Bishop c4.
But here I think white did gain some time.
Yeah, so he got this bishop to b2, which can be...
Yeah, but compared to the other lines, I mean... He's now slightly ahead. And also the knight on c5 is not really... I mean, it should try to get to c6 earlier on. So bishop takes d5, and probably you can even play bishop b5 now, keeping the bishops. So actually the rook also doesn't have too many squares.
Yeah, of course,
I mean,
we would like to stay...
Yeah, but if you go rook e7, then
we have knight f5 maybe.
Also knight f5, yeah. But also knight c6 would be a bit better for white.
Yeah, just taking the pure bishop pair.
Yeah, exactly. And now the bishop on b2 will be very strong.
Yeah, we can almost already take on f6.
Yeah, also this, yeah. Probably.
I mean...
no, black is clearly suffering here.
So what happened here was, I mean, he misplayed this position probably.
The bishop b7 is very strange. He must trade the bishops, I think. You have to trade here. That is the idea.
I mean, we're okay.
Yeah, it's a tiny advantage for white, but nothing very serious. But here, it can easily go wrong very quickly.
And he went bishop b5, so this is the last move being played.
Yeah, but it's very...
I'm not sure what to do with this rook now.
No, in any case, it's...
I mean,
just white is just very pleasantly better.
Where should we? Probably not rook e7, but of course rook e4 looks very funny. So probably rook f8 actually.
Yeah, probably. But now I think any move, knight f5, knight c6, even just queen e2 is. But
yeah.
Even though it's a bit slow, but I mean there is simply too much time wasted.
Knight f5 at least involves a threat. The threat is that we can play
that is true.
like this.
Yeah.
Okay, now it was strange anyway, but the idea was that we have this move queen takes d5 and the fork on e7.
Yes. So knight f5 is one option. I mean, if you move the bishop, then the knight can come to d6.
If you go back, for example.
Yeah.
But now also...
Again, you can take on d6 and take on d8 and take on f6 if you want to. But I think you want more from that position.
But knight f5 looks...
it looks nice, but also other moves, as said, I mean, they also look very nice. You know, even f3 here, instead of knight f5, even f3.
Just trying to go
Just go e4.
And the knight f5
kill
is
the bishop.
Yeah.
And the g7 square is very, very weak here. Because it's very difficult to defend it long term with this bishop on b2.
If black would like to kick...
Yeah, but it doesn't help so much. Like f3, let's say you go a6, I just go back to e2. You play whatever move, I go e4. And the
Yeah.
bishop on e2 is not, I mean, a bad piece.
I wanted to try to play this move knight a4, but it's maybe
b5, e4.
I
Yeah?
wanted to play like this.
Like this. Okay, but I can start with rook c1, yeah, after
Yeah.
b5. The bishop is equally strong on a1 as on b2. No, this.
So
I mean,
things
no.
went wrong for
Yeah, I
Blomqvist.
think they went quite seriously wrong.
Because
here also,
bishop b5, it's
yeah, it's maybe this rook e4 move you were suggesting just
yeah,
to,
but this is
it's,
now we're
I
just
mean,
trying to survive.
yeah, because
by,
knight c6 you can even no longer take it.
And now we have this idea again.
Yeah.
But okay, yeah, but you will have to take with the pawn.
Yeah,
but there's no
no.
fork on e7. But let's say queen d6.
But you can take on c6 maybe, so some queen e8 or queen d7. But
Aha, you mean queen e8 here, and after this to take on c6.
yeah. I don't know, but maybe rook e4. I mean, it's necessary. It looks very
can
dangerous.
Of course,
but
play f3 again. No, sorry,
no, that is the point
yeah.
of keeping the rook on e4.
Knight f5.
Yeah, something, but then at least you didn't allow f3. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
no, it's terrible. Bishop c4, perhaps try to exchange.
and now.
I mean, if I'm ready to allow this g takes f6 structure, if I'm allowed to trade queens.
Yeah, that doesn't really work.
I mean, you're slightly better, but it's kind of holdable, huh?
But okay, rook e4.
No, I think you have to try it. No, he went rook f8 actually in the game.
Maybe I should try this rook e4.
Yeah, probably. But anyway,
okay,
the position is bad. But okay, he went rook f8, and now after f3, he simply doesn't have any good plan. Any way to stop e4 followed by knight f5 and so on. Like now, in fact, even if we trade queens, white is much better.
Yeah.
Even though white doesn't want to trade queens at all.
Yeah. So should we? You know what? We should go to another game or go back.
Yeah, have another lapse. Yeah, I think.
Maybe we also saw this game with Andrejkin and Forsberg.
Yeah, let's have another look at that one. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, we had this Scotch variation with the knight ge2. So very unusual, but he used this Taimanov exchange maneuver from Sicilian Taimanov, and this queen d5 move maybe okay, but not the most normal square for the queen, of course.
No, I would have expected something more solid and slow.
So white got the space advantage, but not necessarily much more. But in this position, he was ready to play f4, which made black play this move g5.
Yeah.
Which is a confession, but
yeah.
But white is
no,
always,
I think it's necessary. Otherwise, it would be too depressing.
So knight d2 rather than knight c3, since this pawn is at least limiting knight. Knight d2, d6, knight c4. So, I mean, if we place f4 now, we also mentioned that this knight is, of course, very strong on e5 now, keeping this black position all together. So the idea with knight c4, we stop this move knight d6 because we can take on d6, but also maybe activate this move f4 now if it were white to move.
Yep.
So bishop e6 anyway, and black can maybe not castle short since the king would be weak, but it was also a problem with the castling long since this a7 pawn is not protected anymore. So take on e6, and you must take with the pawn now, otherwise this g5 pawn is falling. So f takes, and rook a d1. So black would of course like to castle long, but once again this a7 pawn is hanging. So queen e5 and queen a3. So still targeting these two pawns, and therefore he had to play king d7. So now we have reached this position where white can of course never be worse.
Yeah.
His king is always safer, and the pawn structure is good, and we play this move c4. So just taking some space, maybe introducing some new ideas with b4 and c5. So
Yes.
king c7 was expected, yes, and b4. So now actually black played c5 himself,
Yeah, he was afraid of c5, which is quite understandable.
and we tried to play this in a after king c7 we tried to play this with the rook f.
Yeah, something slow. Yeah.
And then yeah, we mentioned this move a6, maybe followed by rook ad8,
Yeah.
and but so the difference now when white goes for b4 is that a6 may be too slow here.
Yeah, it can be met by c5 at least.
Yeah.
It's not at all. But again, this was not too clear because you can take and play rook ad8 and king c8 next.
So if we have the check, we at least can go
Yeah.
c8.
And then start to trade a couple of rooks.
So b4, c5.
Yes.
So now of course we have this check on
Yeah, but it will
but
be
that
met just
doesn't-
by b6. Yeah, and next move I will take on b4 and put my queen on c5,
yeah, so
which is quite solid probably.
so now the white pawn structure is not so good anymore.
No, now black could potentially be better. Yeah.
So instead we saw rook d3.
Yes.
So it's okay, like we know from before, when you only have the heavy pieces left on the board, you should of course try to attack the opponent's king.
Normally,
and if
yes.
you are the player who can
attack, then you have an advantage.
yeah.
Yes. Oh, that is true. But on the other hand, okay, black is more solid than before. Maybe you should not have allowed this c5.
Yeah, I'm not sure if c5 was necessary.
No,
mean,
as
we
said,
can,
yeah,
we
this
can
a6
trade,
this a6 was possible, but he wants to defend in another way. He wants to
but
put his
of course I like to have the queen here as long as possible.
yeah, but his idea is at some point to take on b4 and put the queen on c5, and the
Yeah.
c5 square will be very
Yeah.
nice for the queen. So I'm not sure how. I mean, let's see what happened.
Yeah. So we had c5 and rook d3. So okay, he's introducing rook fd1, but also maybe
sometime rook
something
b3
like
or
that.
even rook h3.
Yeah, rook h3 if the rook would leave.
Yeah, but
h3.
it's
But just combining some ideas.
play all over the board. Yeah.
Rook hd8, and now he's doubling on d6. So his does he have a threat here? No, not yet.
No, not really. I think he just wants to increase the pressure.
He defends this pawn on e4 as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh,
So black
yeah,
sticks to his tactic of securing the c5 square for the queen.
b6.
Yeah.
So now he wants to go like queen c5 and
Yeah, but now you can also play rook ac8 and king b8.
Yeah.
Because you moved away from a7, the white queen.
But somehow it feels like white
Maybe.
can attack.
But how? I mean, rook d7 I will play next move, and it's not so clear. You need another pawn break, but it's very difficult to achieve.
I mean, this a4 move should be always too slow. Feels like.
Maybe not. I mean, the question after, if you play a4, let's say I go queen c5, and if you move the queen, then a5 is no longer a threat, probably.
Actually, you can always take it with the queen.
Yeah, but now you can take on d6. Actually, I mean, let's say.
Yeah.
I mean, if you play. Yeah.
Or you mean this?
Yeah, if you play a5, yeah, I mean, queen takes, then d6 is hanging, but.
We were speaking. But I can play it like this and take on d2 now.
Yeah, take on d2. Yeah, no, here you're fine, definitely. Even better, probably.
I can never lose this.
Yeah, no, that is true, that's true. No, it seems like black managed to get some security for himself. Probably white.
g3, so
g3?
So now he's.
But now I see. He went rook ac8, which was surprisingly met by c5, which is a very nice idea. I mean, if
we take here.
Yeah, then queen a4 I think is the idea. Now there are a couple of threats. Rook, queen takes a7 is of course the main one, but also rook
So this
d7.
g3 move in this position defended against the back rank mate on
Yes,
a1.
exactly. No, probably you should have started with queen c5 with black before allowing c5.
Yeah,
And next move you can go rook ac8 if you want.
I'm not sure what.
I think he wants to play something like queen b2 here, with next move being queen f6, trying to somehow attack those weak pawns. But it's not
It's
not that much. Let's say rook ac8, queen f6, I go back with queen e5. And I think actually more or less fine with black.
But even
again,
he did allow maybe this c5, but the question is how strong it really is.
Yeah, but how do you actually play?
So first of all, if we take with the queen, we have rook c3 already.
Yeah.
And if we take with the b pawn, I guess this check. And now it's
for example, if you play
dangerous.
king b8, I go rook b1 check. And after king a8, I have a very nice queen takes a7,
so,
followed by rook a3 mate, which would be very nice. But
so d takes c5 should be the candidate move.
yeah, it should be the main. But then, okay, queen a4 I have to play. Now
you can take. No, you cannot take because I have this in between move, I guess.
Then maybe you have to allow. I don't know. What else? Because I'm threatening queen takes a7.
Yeah, you cannot move the king now because this rook will hang on d8. So.
Actually, he took with the b pawn. He thought this was just lost.
So we're speaking about this move maybe.
Yeah, takes.
Something like.
Yes, and now there will be mate on d7.
Mate on d7.
Yeah.
It's very hard to.
I mean, there is rook c7, but it's most likely
just continue the attack here somehow.
Most likely just lost.
And the pawn is equal.
And yeah, no, that's true. No, he simply missed c5, of course.
And
which is very easy to do. But b takes c?
Yeah, b takes c.
Okay, his idea now is probably to run with the king.
Yeah.
King d7.
And this allows this.
Yeah, but maybe you should just allow it.
We can also start with this move, right?
Yeah, rook c7. Now you can take if you want to, but then again, I mean, this c pawn might be.
Yeah, so we can have an endgame like this, and white would have only one pawn.
Yeah.
But this pawn on c4
it's very strong.
It's very strong now.
No, here I think black is okay.
And the king should be quite safe.
Yeah.
But
you can.
Yeah, king d7 is probably completely forced.
But actually, after b takes c5, I could consider playing queen a4, just not letting black escape with the king.
The same idea.
Yeah.
But controlling.
Yeah. Okay, again, rook. I don't know, rook, but rook d7. Now I play queen a5, and there is no longer queen. So some triangulation. And what else? I mean, no, it looks extremely dangerous. I don't know, maybe rook b8 and then rook b7, but it's I will take first and then give a check on a5.
But now, I mean, if this happens, we can actually take on d6.
Now you can take on d6, yeah.
Because the difference is that this rook is not protected.
No, you have to go to c8. I mean, after the check, probably here. But here I'm expecting any move to win, actually. And again, it's equal material. Some rook b3 maybe, or even rook a3. Even rook rook f3 also very nice.
The idea is to give a check, and if the king goes up, to have this check on f7.
Yeah, it's also very nice. But okay, it's not yet over. Like rook f3, I might take on e4, and still you have to prove. Yeah.
It's extremely dangerous for black now. So white did succeed with this.
Yeah, but I think he made a huge mistake.
It's a pity to allow this move c5 because his position should be quite solid if he plays it.
I mean, he's always slightly worse, as said, but yeah, quite solid. Queen c5, queen d2 or b2. But yeah, no, but.
I mean, it's a pity to at least reach a position where you can play and just allow this shot.
But maybe it's still it must be very bad now. But it's not clear. I mean, if it's losing by force or not.
So I think you are correct.
Yeah, he's thinking at the moment, so probably he's thinking about queen a4. But okay,
What to do?
no, rook b8. I mean, it sort of continues. Yeah, I
Mm.
mean, but the feeling is, of course, that
And what
white
do
is
you
winning.
play on this move?
Immediately.
Oh no, this is probably better. Yes.
Check there and there. No, I thought, why not just take on e4? Yeah, it's a bit greedy, but
Now you cannot play rook.
no, I will play king c7.
And you have rook.
And rook d7. I will play now. And what is the threat?
Yeah, to give check. I don't have this check.
You don't have that check, yeah, but I mean it's extremely dangerous. But now maybe I could consider d5 and try to get the king to d6. No, I mean
build a shield for the king.
it's extremely dangerous, of course. But if there is no mate, then I'm still in the game. Yeah, no, but also he's having 50 minutes against 6, and with 6 minutes with black here, it's almost impossible to defend. I don't know. I'm expecting.
You also suggested you didn't suggest this move. No, this move. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I expected that we were forced almost.
Probably, yeah. But again, here maybe I can take on e4 now. Yeah. No, this is wrong for white, most likely.
You can also try this, but I'm not sure what I'm threatening with this.
No, my idea was to go king d7 as soon as you move the rook.
Maybe you can. I mean, you can always try to.
Yeah, something like this, I think. King c7 and then just any slow move, like even a4, but.
And now.
Yeah, rook f3 also, maybe. But you're not in such a hurry with white.
No.
I mean, it's equal pawns. Black doesn't really have any threats, so. Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Things have gone a little bit wrong for
Victor. Yeah, definitely.
Should we pick a new game or?
Let's maybe have a look at the ones we already.
Yeah. So then we go back to board 1 where we had Benjamin Book playing Alexei Shirov and once again this Rosalima variation. Where he played this move bishop e7. We saw this
idea
that we had this idea with knight takes e5,
yes.
which was looked extremely promising for white at least.
Yes.
So therefore he chose to stay on e7, and after knight c3 he decided to go with this move c4.
Yeah, but it's desperate.
Yeah.
Action probably.
So now this bishop is of course hanging, so we must trade, but it turns out this knight is probably quite bad on e7.
Very bad, yes.
They take c4 was expected, and he took back.
Now queen e2 as we were
queen e2
predicting.
And,
but bishop f7 was must have been much better than what we were initially saying.
Yeah, we were mentioning that
this is terrible.
If this happens, let's say black has white may have this idea of playing queen e3 and maybe rerouting this knight with I mean much better pawn structure, and it must be clearly better.
Yeah. So bishop f7 it was a try to fight on, but here I would have expected white to go knight d2 immediately once he was allowed to force the issue.
Yeah. Now is this a move?
I mean, but I thought I can just play knight a4 anyway. And
we cannot really go c3 because we have knight f3, I guess.
Yeah. No, this c3 would normally be lost in the long run.
Somehow be forced to take here.
Yeah, or maybe you can castle, but I will go some rook ed1 for example, and then you have to take.
Rook e rather than a.
I thought I would.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, sooner or later you would be forced to take.
Yeah.
Because what he did in the game, he went rook ed1 immediately. But that is not really threatening to take.
Queen a5, I suspect.
Yeah, queen a5. Knight a4 is logical, short castle.
So now you're not threatening to take, of course, since the knight is
yeah.
castle.
And here, no, but queen e3 is also very strange. Because here, again, knight d2 or knight b2, both forcing the issue. Forcing black to take on b3 or go c3. In both
maybe
cases.
This is the most forcing move, I guess.
Yeah, it's the easiest one probably.
It depends if you want to. Maybe you want to keep the knight on a4.
Yeah, the knight d2. I mean, because the knight on f3 is a bit stupid.
Or you're just threatening to take a pawn.
Yeah. And as soon as you take on b3, I take with a pawn and claim that I'm clearly better.
So now everything will come, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, this square is also weak, and
Yeah, no, this is very unpleasant. Because somehow what he did was not as convincing.
He's releasing pressure on this c4
Yeah.
point. So
his idea is another. He wants to trade queens. Rook
yeah.
Rook f8, queen c5. But I don't think that it's a huge victory for white to trade queens in this position.
So this forces the endgame by force, of course, since this knight is not.
Yeah, I mean there is queen c7, but then the queen is very good on c5. So I think, but still, okay. After he takes on c5, knight takes. Now the knight is very far away from c4.
Yeah.
Meaning that black will be able to keep the pawn on c4 for quite a while. And now he's rerouting his worst placed piece on the board with knight g6.
Maybe white. White should be.
White is still slightly better, but it's nowhere near as much as it was before, I think. Because if the knight actually managed to get to the center of the board, then black is probably just equal even. But okay, he went knight b7. That might have been his idea to force the issue on the d file, just winning the file.
Or even here, maybe.
Yeah, also he can go to a5 later, but.
So he's trying to take the d file.
Yeah.
What should black do? In general, maybe.
Yeah, you would
maybe you want. I don't know. Maybe black would like.
You would like. You would like to keep 2 rooks, but the question is if you have time for it.
If you play
this, then knight a5, yeah.
Or also this move, maybe. But okay, knight. Now we must probably take.
But that is no. I think you should allow knight takes c4. But I think white wants to play rook d6 next. So it's the c6 pawn, not the c4 pawn. That is the important one. Like this.
Yeah, but it feels like
rook ad1 probably. Yeah. Now you're threatening mate even.
I'm not really.
Almost. Anyway, you will have to trade the rooks probably. So he thought that actually he gained some time by taking immediately on d1.
Yeah,
but,
you can take.
Because with one rook it.
Like
yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But okay, yeah.
Maybe simply rook d8 check here. It's very strong. Takes. Yeah, c6 is hanging, so you have to go protect it probably.
Yeah, like.
And then I go knight b7, and the a pawn is simply falling. This is just pawn up. So he went.
It's he took and played knight f4.
Yeah, because now rook d8 doesn't really have any point because the pawn is still on a7.
Introducing some counter. Counter play
here,
or even here. Rook d7.
Yeah, so now why not knight e2 check?
Yeah, I expect this move. And
knight c3.
This is actually
knight d6.
Knight d6.
Because if bishop e6, then rook e7, and I think I'm just winning actually.
Yeah.
Because you will be mated if you play bishop c8.
So this bishop doesn't have any squares, and if bishop c8, it's with mate on the board.
Yeah. But you can go to g6 here, probably. And I don't know, it's sort of, again, continuous. Knight d2 maybe. And if
we cannot get to this pawn.
Maybe, but also e4 is hanging.
I'm just thinking about stuff like this, for example.
Yeah, no, it's also interesting. But at the very least, I think knight d2 is a safe advantage. After bishop g6. Because if you take an a2, I take with the d knight. With the 2 knight on c4.
If you take where?
If I take an a2.
Oh, yeah, here.
Yes, just take it. No, with other knight probably.
Yeah, with the other knight.
Yeah, and just go f3 next. So rook d7, he has to have something more cunning planned. But what could it be?
Bishop can start with bishop e8, but
or bishop e6 maybe.
So if we try to do the same, we can at least play king f8.
Exactly, and that is the idea.
when the bishop is defended.
And if you play rook c7 immediately, then maybe I can play... Or can I? I was thinking even rook c8 to trade, but...
But then I guess I have...
You have knight a5, but again I have this knight e2 check. Let's have a look, perhaps. So you have to take knight
I can
a...
also go here, but...
Let's say you
maybe.
go to a5.
And
knight
e2 check.
Yes, probably. King f1, knight c3. Then
we can take on c6, but then you have bishop somewhere.
I wanted to go to a6, but
we can still play.
Then I take on b3, and I think
and
it's
my
yeah, my only trick worked somehow.
No, not this one, but rather this one. Yeah.
Yep. But okay, you can move the king here. But here I did get some counter chances, right?
I'm still a pawn up, right? But
yeah, but I have counter chances. Yeah, I mean, the knight takes a7, I take on b3 and go knight c1. And it's not clear to me how you are holding the last pawn.
No.
Knight d2, knight d3, and I might win f2 instead. So here I'm in. You can even go there maybe.
But it looks
well, no,
a
it's
little shaky. But
yeah, but here no, actually here you're pawn up.
Yeah, but this knight is also out to play. I'm not sure if you can.
You can, if I can trap it. Knight b4 check, king g1 and king f7, and just just run. Yeah, it's it was a very long line, but in general, no. I think black has to play some very good moves just not to lose instantly here. But still, it looks like
Shirov is in trouble for sure.
For sure, he's in trouble. But still, I feel that he was in more trouble before.
And
okay, should we check it? Yeah, second board.
And yeah, this was this French Tarrasch variation.
Yeah, we were at move 20.
We had this unusual bishop f1, and yeah, we thought that white got the initiative for sure.
Yeah.
Did we see this move?
Yeah, no, that was our suggestion. But and here we were discussing the possibility of playing perhaps c4 immediately or a3, but he decided to go for rook b1, which we also thought was very logical.
So white is maybe not ready to go b5, because even though it may be interesting, but this knight will fall. But rather just
no, he wants to play
no,
he wants to play c4, c5. Yeah. That is the idea. And it's not that easy to stop, I think.
Yeah, so
h6, and actually we looked at this for another move order, starting with h6, takes, and then.
Yeah.
But now white somehow didn't manage to manage to avoid bishop g2, meaning that he won a tempo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Compared to what we looked at. So
yeah, we had our bishop here, and we suggested f5 or something. Yeah.
So actually bishop c8 was maybe inaccurate if we are making sense here.
Yeah.
So, but on the other hand, it probably doesn't matter too much.
Yeah.
So anyway, white is very comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, in general, this structure is not so pleasant to have.
No,
but that's secondary in this position.
Yeah, the main thing is that the king will be under huge attack. Yeah, of course.
And bishop e7.
No, but bishop e7 is nice because he wants to create some counterplay along the d file. That is probably a good idea. That is what he has to do. I mean, c5 now, and rook d4, which is a bit annoying. Because c6 is a bit early, and otherwise just rook h8 perhaps.
So if we play c6, the question is
even b6.
Even b6 is.
Yeah.
And if we go here, I guess we can just maybe not go back.
No, rook h8 or something. Yeah. Actually, even maybe take on c6. It's not clear. Although it might allow knight takes e5, I'm not sure. I think knight takes e5 probably wins here.
But in general, it feels like it.
Yeah, I mean you don't want to block the position. So he went a3, which is very logical, and h5.
But then the game has slowed down
a bit, but I think it slowed down. But the black's problems remained.
But h5 is should be a good move. Just not necessarily trying to mate, but get rid of this pawn.
Then the weakness, yeah. Also, now you prepared rook h8 without the pawn hanging. So here, white has to come up with a plan. Normally, if you have time, you would like to go knight c4, knight b6, and take control over the d5 square. Followed by something like bishop g2 next. And I mean, if you're allowed to do all that, then you're much better, almost winning. But probably there is no time. So he went instead knight b3.
Now I guess the idea is to go a4 and
Yes,
or
yes.
even maybe b5 in one move if it doesn't have time.
Yeah, but rook d8 and a4.
He did play a4.
Yes.
Yeah. And b5, was it possible? But I guess that he would.
Yeah, but possible, but maybe not necessary.
I just wanted to see how black would react.
I mean, I will take it.
Yeah, you will take it.
And then I will play bishop f5 probably. And then you can play rook b2, but if you play c6 next, I might take on a3 and so on.
You can maybe play a move like this,
yeah,
threatening to.
Maybe. No, it also looks very promising, but a4, if there is no counterplay, then you simply have time.
So
Time for it.
Yeah, white's idea is of course very clear. You just want to play b5
and then take on a6.
Yeah, and back. I mean, he will basically be forced to take it, I guess.
So
or
what
play a5,
you have to play bishop e6 perhaps in order
e6.
after b5 to take on b3 and c5. Actually,
this is not.
No,
okay,
but you should take first. Queen takes b3 and.
But maybe you can. The diagonal should be too weak. I mean, some.
Yeah, b6.
But this is not even possible.
Maybe even a5. Yeah, but
in
other
general,
cases,
this diagonal should
be. Yes. But still, you have to try something like this. Now rook d2, queen f3, and just king a7. I mean, but no.
But in position.
Yeah, also this is much better. But this idea, you have to play. Maybe you can start by taking on b5.
But can you play this move?
Maybe also, but actually, at the very least, I can also take on f7. But
yeah, but I have bishop c5.
Yeah, I don't really like it. Rook e.
But you can.
What about rook ec8? ec1, sorry.
In this position.
Or can you take? I wanted to play b6 after bishop takes e5.
And the idea was...
queen c3 was the idea.
So...
I mean...
something like this was the idea.
Something like this, yes. And I think it's at least very, very dangerous for black. But after a4, bishop e6, b5. Maybe I should start by taking on b5.
And we take back?
If you take back, then I take on b3 now.
So now the difference is that...
yeah, I'm not sure what the difference is, but maybe with the queen. b6, I guess, and rook d2.
But now black gets a lot of counterplay.
Some counterplay.
Yeah, but we haven't really created a...
Well, the threat is queen a4 if I am in time. Let's say I go rook e2. If it's my move, I play queen a4, and I think I'm just mating.
And so pawn is also hanging.
Yeah, so I mean you can take on e2 and play some really ugly move like bishop d8, but I find
I can take here because I have a queen takes f6.
That is true.
I mean double threat. I'm protecting f2 actually.
That's quite. But okay, I don't have to take on b6. But in any case, the position is extremely dangerous for black.
Yeah. I mean, this is when we played it very fast with white. We can also maybe prepare it better. I'm not sure.
You can also play, rook. Let's say rook ec1 after bishop e6, and no, it's just terrible. White is just 5, 6 tempos ahead in the attack. Yeah, I mean,
black can now play h4, but it doesn't.
No. Maybe immediately. No, but it's just too slow.
I mean, the idea is somehow, if we insert all these moves, that we can maybe take and at least threaten mate on h1.
Yeah, but bishop g2 and... Okay, actually here bishop g2 you can take and play queen d7. Now there is some counterplay.
So maybe, okay, so if...
But why rook ec1? It was not necessary,
no,
for sure. For sure.
But this is at least what black wants to do.
Yeah, he went bishop e6, but I think now Zoltan will play b5 and he will just deliver mate within 10 moves, I think. That is my
So we
prediction.
expect a position like this.
Yeah.
So he gives up this pawn, but
When he gets his pawn on
good
b6,
initiative.
then yeah, it's just enough. I think it's simply enough to win the game.
But after this, you can also just start with something like this, I guess.
No,
And just take here.
yeah, but then it's equal pawns. It's not that clear, I think. Rook,
Okay.
actually, rook d2 and.
Aha! Already rook d2, and now I'm losing.
No, it's simply mate. but b6, I said, yeah, and it looks very, very, very dangerous.
Yeah, so if the king can come to the a file, it will already be over.
Yeah, yeah. No, okay, here rook d2, but yeah, it's very bad. So okay, should we have just a quick look at this game?
So they actually entered this
line,
position
yeah.
we actually.
So he went after bishop f4. We were discussing should he go to d6 or f6.
And he played bishop f6.
Yeah, which is probably more accurate actually.
And they actually reached the Ghent position, but we looked at it with the bishop d6 rather than bishop f6.
So they all went, but all this was very, very.
So we went for knight h5.
Logical.
c4.
Yes.
So he took immediately.
Yeah, the safest option.
And on e5. So we saw this position actually.
Yes, and takes. And here we were thinking some rook a d1, for example.
Yeah, white of course hopes to win this pawn, and then it's still draw.
Yeah, it's still draw, but there you can put some pressure. But probably you will not get it. No, I mean.
No, you're not even. I mean.
Rook a d1, then rook d8.
Something like rook
d3, then probably queen
f6
or f4. I mean,
let's say f4. It's
at the very least I can even play rook b7 and rook d7. Just
yeah.
And then I will probably not lose. Also, what is your threat? Because rook d1 it's hanging on e4.
No, I
no. Yeah, it will be. He went for a very very nice way to make draw. Rook ed1, just allowing queen takes e4 in order to agree to a draw immediately.
This move may not be possible because
now you can take. That is the only idea. Yeah.
So now we at least
some mate. So he will take on e4, but
yeah, and then I suspect this move.
Yes, that is very likely.
And this move. This move. And now they're only in move 29, so they must make one more move at least.
Yes, g6 will be played here.
Very solid.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at Smirin because he managed to create some mess.
So we saw this move knight c5.
Yeah, we were expecting it. Yeah, but he went very.
So we also suggested this move just because this was Smirin's idea earlier. But he chose to keep his pawn.
No, this is very simple chess. Really nice.
Knight e6. It came from e6, right?
Yes. And now next move is also very nice, I think. Bishop f2, just increasing the pressure, forcing a concession.
So now we took, but now we succeeded with this trade of the dark squared bishops.
Yes, and also to trade the one pair of knights, which white also really wanted. So bishop d7.
And if we look at the clocks,
no, it's 1 minute against 40. So
king h1.
Of course, he wants to keep the queens on the board, not allowing any queen b6 stuff.
Bishop c6.
Yeah, allowing rook e6.
So knight g8.
Yeah, and here you can play any move, I think, but what follows is a very typical Smirin reaction.
We mentioned this idea earlier.
Yeah, but especially
now it's very favorable.
Yeah.
Conditions.
Definitely.
So g5, and of course we would like to take here immediately, but this bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
So instead, did he sacrifice the exchange here? Yeah, rook takes f6.
Yes. This is very much in the style of how Smirin likes to play chess.
And now queen takes g5, so he has a pawn for the exchange, but even more important, king on h8 is terrible.
Yeah, and the bishop on d4 is worth
Can
at least a rook.
Touched.
Yeah, it's worth at least a rook. The only thing he needs to do now is to bring the knight over to the king side, and then the game is over.
Or the rook.
Or the rook, but even safer the knight.
So queen e7. Trying to maybe exchange queens.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
the queen can always move, of course, to h4 or something.
Yeah. No, it's there simply isn't any defense.
b4, so trying to play b5 and knight takes d5
Yes,
now.
so b6 is necessary and knight e2.
So the knight is
Headed towards h5 or e6, and the bishop on c6 is also hanging
no,
to some degree.
yeah. Okay, c8.
But the main problem is that there is no way for black to improve. I mean, he's.
But how will? Okay, so I see the idea. The idea is that if I play this, he will drop back, and if I play this now, I can at least take. Maybe. No, he cannot take.
Why not?
Bishop g1. But,
Maybe here he's.
but maybe this doesn't.
He's
But
happy
this was
there.
the idea.
Yeah, no, I probably. But what if
But,
I play
but
after knight
otherwise,
f4, bishop b7?
yeah,
What
I
if I
can do
play
anything. Yeah.
h3? I would like to play here. And after h3, I think it's about time to resign actually, because there simply isn't any defense, anything resembling a defense. Yeah.
I guess.
No, the game will be over very soon.
He must. I mean, he must try to give back the exchange here or something. Or just,
no, this. Yeah. Okay, that is true. Knight e6.
Must take.
You mean take? Yeah, like this. But anyway, it's just.
I mean, now white is of course should be able to be a pawn up, even
no,
though.
it's just winning. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
But it's correct. Yeah, that is his idea. He wants to play rook c4.
But I mean, it may already work.
Actually, knight h5 maybe.
Maybe this is even safer, because now the queen cannot.
Yeah, but rook f7, and you still have to somehow. I don't know. Now even I know. Bishop d1, bishop h5, because the rook is protected. In fact, on it's there is no point.
Yeah, and I mean he will.
Yeah,
he will
yeah.
of course find the correct way to do this.
He's also extremely strong in these kind of positions. So should we go continue a bit down?
Or should we go back to Blomqvist's game or?
Yeah, what happens in the game of Blomqvist?
Yeah. So the opening should be okay, but for Erik, but maybe at this point he
should have gone bishop a6. Definitely
should have gone bishop a6 in order to just exchange some pieces here. I'm trying to go rather knight c6. And this almost equal at least. But what happened was that white did get a good initiative in this position after knight d7. So earlier he could take here with the queen, but now he played knight c5, c4, and this bishop b5 was a strong move now, because the rook doesn't really know where to go.
Yep.
Probably this funny looking rook e4 could have been necessary to play, but rook f8 was played, and here you mentioned that white can play this in probably more than at least one way in order to get clear advantage.
Yes, but f3 is the simplest way, and you can play without.
Knight f5 probably works quite okay as well.
Probably yes, but f3 you can play without calculating anything. Just put the pawns on light squares.
So queen c7 was played. Now we went
e4.
So the black pieces are struggling to find good squares.
Yes.
And this bishop, and this knight f5 is always an idea.
Yeah.
So bishop e6. So he keeps the bishop rather here than b7, so he can maybe be able to at least take on f5.
Yeah, he wants to take, of course. Yeah, that's true.
Rook c1. So this knight on c5 is the only safe outpost for a black piece.
Yeah, the only good piece he has at the moment. So rook c1 makes sense in order to attack it.
Bishop d7.
Of course, white keeps the bishops.
And rook a d8.
And here
now queen d2, so he's introducing queen g5 now.
Yes.
And if he would have the queen on g5, knight f5 would already be
running move. Even knight b5 I think would be just mate. So rook e8.
And he played this move, queen g5.
Yes.
So at this point it feels like Landa is doing extremely well.
Yes. No, this is actually what you dream of when you play this line.
King f8. So
Now he surprises me somewhat. I mean after king f8. Because here, I mean, you would expect Landa to play a move like bishop a2 or something to just increase the pressure. Or also rook fd1 is possible.
Or maybe rook fe1 in order to
rook f. Yeah. Also, this is very nice. But he goes for knight f5 immediately, which seems somewhat premature. I can't really see the need for doing it immediately. I mean,
but looks promising.
No, it looks good, but probably it will be much better the next move or in a couple of moves. Because black doesn't really have any ideas.
But what was black's next move with this king f8?
Maybe h6 or...
And why didn't he play it immediately then?
Yeah, it's not... Because of queen g6 perhaps? I don't know.
So...
maybe, I don't know, but something like that.
I mean, you can...
Yeah, but I will take on e6 with the bishop. Always.
If a...
like this. But I take it, yeah, no, I mean...
With the bishop?
Yeah, with the bishop.
Okay, so I cannot really...
I mean,
I will be forced to take... But then I...
That's not very nice to do.
Cannot play like this.
No, I will take it.
Yeah.
Everything is hanging. I don't know, maybe that's why he played. But okay, h6 is also not such a big deal. I can also drop back to
also go to
h4, yeah.
But
king f8,
I was just wondering about this king f8 move.
Yeah, no, it's But knight f5 is very strong. But maybe it just wins. I don't know. It could be.
Now I mean, he must take, of course.
Yeah, he must always take. Yeah.
And he can, of course, also take on f6, but maybe it's not so clear.
Yeah, I take back, and if you take an f5, I think I play even king g7 and next queen e5.
Yeah, maybe this.
Suddenly, this knight on c5. Yeah. This knight. No, I mean white is much better, but much less than before, probably.
Yeah, because he has lost all his attacking pieces. Just
the
queen, bishop.
Yes.
The rooks aren't close to the king now.
That is true.
So instead, it took. Now he's of course threatening to take on f6.
Yeah.
So black needs a good move here.
Yeah. So what, queen c8 or something?
Yeah, queen c8, and now we can always win a pawn, but it's not so clear.
Yeah, again, this knight is quite strong on c5.
Something like this.
Rook d2 or king f6. And yeah, it's not. You want much more.
Yeah, we want much more in this
much more, definitely. So he moved? No, or what happened? He went queen d7 instead of queen c8.
Queen d7.
Yeah.
It's the same idea.
Yeah. So queen g5, of course. And now I would really expect him to go h6. Yeah.
So of course, I mean, white plays with these two beautiful bishops against this black king, and this pawn formation is very favorable for white. But but black did. I mean, it was this knight f5 to. It was in black's favor, maybe.
It seemed somewhat premature, yeah. I think.
Okay, now of course threatening to take this again.
Yeah, it's not so easy to defend, but after h6, if you go to h4 now, then I can actually move the knight. I don't know where.
Yeah.
Probably g8.
G8.
Maybe I don't know. I mean, just somehow to.
Yeah.
Queen g3. And this is, or actually to h7 maybe, and then knight g5.
Anyway.
Yeah, knight g5 I thought, and then knight e6.
Like this.
Yes. I mean, I'm still not getting mated.
Oh, but yeah. I was just, I mean, some ideas.
But I take it. Yeah, with the queen probably. It's not clear. Not clear at all.
No, it doesn't work.
No, but this, I mean, probably you could have gotten.
Yeah.
I mean, this bishop was so terrible on d7, so I don't know. Probably
looks nice, but
he might have calculated a win here. We shouldn't underestimate him, but
yeah.
But
I mean,
to die it
may just be over.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it looks a bit surprising to die. Yeah, definitely.
But queen g5, and he played queen c6.
Queen c6. Yeah, a similar idea. Yeah, I don't know, some king h1 or something, but I still feel it should have come a couple of moves earlier.
Somehow black is trying to.
Yeah, maybe knight e6, but also knight e6. I just moved the queen. No, white is still much better. That is clear, but
we would like to get one more piece in the attack, or at least a pawn. Somehow.
no h, but
I
no
mean,
king h1. Just
if we, I mean, it would be of course good if we can push e5 and then e6 or something.
like this also.
But I cannot make it work.
Why not?
Ah, you mean already? But
Just knight d5 or what?
But can I take?
Yeah, you can take it probably. Seems like you can take it. Yeah, I agree.
And if I cannot take it,
no, then e5 is a huge mistake.
Yeah.
I mean, positionally to give the square on d5. Yes. He will think for a while and calculate.
Yeah, but
some win.
So actually, they are both.
He went bishop d5 already.
Bishop d5. Oh, maybe it was smart.
Well, you cannot take it,
yeah? Take it because we
check,
take like this actually, and we deliver mate.
Deliver mate, yes. So, queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6, and now this.
Again, e5, queen takes d5 is not clear at all. Or actually, it's maybe just lost.
Oh, sorry.
No, this doesn't work. No. Yeah, I mean. And after queen d6, actually, I'm threatening now knight d3 to trade off one of the bishops. And I'm maybe also threatening h6 followed by knight takes d5.
But after knight d3 we do have rook c6.
You have knight rook like this maybe.
I mean I can make
rook fd1
it's a move.
But rook fd1 on the other hand allows knight e6. I don't know if it's but it does perhaps not help too much. I mean, I just want to take on d5 if I'm allowed to.
Yeah.
No,
but maybe you're not allowed to after queen h4.
Knight takes.
I was gonna take this pawn.
Like this. Yeah. It looks also quite good. After queen h4, it's very unlikely that I have anything better. Yeah. I mean, I have some knight. But knight f4, rook c6 again. No, you don't have rook c6. So knight f4.
When
I'm happy to give one pawn just to get out, so to speak.
No, it's
because rook c6. Yeah. Rook c6 is queen takes c6. So.
But I mean, this is more or less forced, I guess.
Yeah, no, he has actually already did it, and rook fd1 was played.
Yeah, he played this move.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that this doesn't really have any good discoveries with this bishop, because maybe black can always sacrifice.
Yeah, no, probably. But he went h6 instead of knight e6.
Yeah, we tried knight e6 immediately here.
Yeah. Knight e6 looked like it contained some more counter possibilities, because h6, queen h4, and I don't really see what he benefited from this. Now e5 is a huge threat.
Yeah. And of course, we never just want to. We never.
Want to take
in general.
Yeah.
We never want to go into an endgame like this, because black will always, be able to play something like this.
Yeah, it's a bit better for white, but not so much. But he has to stop now. E5. How is he going? He went back. Queen. No, he took. He took. That was the idea, of course.
What happened?
H6. Queen.
Here, H6.
Queen H4. And now he simply took.
On D5.
Yeah.
So
then H6.
He's fighting.
This was the idea.
So he's still alive in this position.
No, definitely. Rook takes. Queen C7. No, I think he's more than alive. I think he's only slightly worse now. If there is no immediate.
Yeah, I mean, normal move is of course to just double, but
no,
I more powerful here.
No, I take on d5 and go knight e6, and I'm very solid. I even have some counter-attacking chances along the c file.
But what else? I mean,
no, he simply.
We would like to. So we have Dmitry Andreikin here coming to the studio, and I think maybe we can just take a short break in half a minute, and we will be 3 persons sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
So we are back, and with us in the studio is top seed Dmitry Andreikin. He won his game today, and he is on 3.5 of 4 points. So you are free to tell us about the game today.
Okay, it's a very strange situation because my opponent played Spanish always, but he don't have Scotland opening in official games, and of course I prefer
You can move this.
d4. Okay, knight g7, very rare move. Okay, take a mouse.
Yeah, you can take the mouse. You can
yes,
take the mouse, so you can
and
do analysis.
Yes, bishop c5 and knight f6 is main lines here. Bishop c4.
But we were quite unsure about this knight g7. Is it seen in
Top level?
top level? This
Knight
knight
G7?
g7.
I don't know.
Okay.
The only thing we know is I mean this Taimanov
No,
Sicilian.
it's normal move. Yeah, it's very interesting option. If black played g6 here, no, knight d4 is normal, but after g6, bishop g7, knight d5, and if
Some
bishop d4, yes,
yeah.
it's a mate. Beautiful mate.
This happened in the game. I think I saw this in some blitz game
Well,
where
Kariak-
top level, yeah, Kariak won
Yes.
some game.
But okay, bishop c4 is normal, fresh move. Queen f6, and here knight e5 is a good move because I thought calculate bishop e7, knight c3, castle, and here queen d1 is great move because I have a
Trying to-
point knight d5, yes, and for example, if black play queen g6, I can play f4, and okay, white have a good initiative here. And after knight e5, if I play bishop b3 after c6, queen d1, bishop c5. I think black have good counterplay here, because after knight c3, for example, h5.
Yeah, we were thinking in these lines earlier, yeah.
Yes, maybe
Trying
it's
to-
some pleasure for white. Knight, bishop e2 is okay move, c6, queen b3. Here h5 is possible too. It's interesting, because after 4, knight g4. Maybe since no, I'm not sure about f4.
And if
Maybe I
maybe
prefer knight g4.
okay.
No, h3 is normal, but after f4, black have knight g4 too. Okay, knight d4 maybe white position slightly better. Bishop c5, bishop e. Here g5 only move, because after d6 f4, black don't have knight g4, because I can take and f5 and win
Trapping the
bishop
bishop.
s. And after knight g6, knight c3, castle, rook at d1, it's very comfortable position for white. Maybe winning position, I don't know. G5 is a good move. Knight d2, d6. Here I can play f4, but after take, queen e7, queen g5 is possible too, but queen e7, knight c4, bishop e6. Maybe black is okay. Oh, knight c4 is natural move.
No, looks good.
Take. He must take, yes.
Yes. But what were you thinking here? Big advantage or small advantage?
I thought big advantage,
big,
but maybe I'm not true, not right.
Uh-huh.
Well, here maybe I have some reason for bishop b3, and after queen e5 logical move, black don't have long castle because I can take on e7.
Yes.
f4, take. Maybe it's some better than I have.
But now maybe long castle, no?
Maybe yes. Yeah, okay, not easy too. Not easy. But my problem was I blunder queen e5 move. I calculate only e5. Here after queen f3, king e7, rook d3, I have a plan with my rook on f3, f5, and of course here white have a big advantage.
Yes.
But after queen e5, maybe it's normal position for black.
Okay.
Queen e3 is normal move, because after rook d3, maybe I calculate castle, rook d1 and d5.
Okay. So king d7 only move, yeah?
Maybe king d7 is possible too.
But the king is going to c7.
Yeah,
Trying to
yes.
find some safe square.
Yeah, king d7 is normal move. Here's c4. After rook d3 immediately, black can play king c7, rook d1, rook d8, and hold it. And after c4, black have f5. Very important move, and I don't know where is my initiative, where is my plan.
Okay.
Because I played c4 immediately, and king c7 normal, b4. And here after rook d3, black can play f5 too, but maybe here f5 is a good.
And if b5?
b5, c5, and here b6. Yes?
Yeah, b6, yeah.
Only move, yes.
Yes.
b6, it's very interesting king d7 might be
uh-huh,
possible. No, maybe take is normal.
Even
Check.
take.
King c7, queen b3.
Yes. Rook a7 or what? And
Yeah,
king
rook
b
a7
king b8.
possible.
Yeah, I mean. But rook d1. I
Yeah.
mean, it looks very good for white.
Okay, 5 was interesting, but rook d8 is natural. Good defense. Rook d3.
No, c5. No.
Now he played c5. Yes.
Yeah, we were wondering maybe he should if he tries to go with maybe a6 instead.
a6.
Rook d7, rook a d8.
What we wanted
But,
to do, we wanted to play it like this,
like
and put this rook here maybe.
Yes, it's possible, but here after c5, maybe
Yeah.
it's very unpleasant position
We
for
wanted
black.
to take. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
take rook a8, queen f5, king c8, but it's very passive for black. Maybe normal. g3, for example. You can take on e4, yes.
maybe.
Have rook d6.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe still initiative for white.
Yes, still yes, an initiative, and if we change all pieces, maybe pawn
Winning
structure.
pawn and
Yes, pawn.
Okay, but c5 is okay also, or
Yes, f5 is okay.
I mean, or
Rook d3, rook d8. Here black can play b6.
and what is white's ID?
Idea is the same. Take, queen b2, queen f5, queen d2, and my next move c5.
But maybe after queen b2, just rook d7 is possible, or rook c8 maybe. Queen f6, queen e5.
Yes.
Or maybe.
Okay, g3 now.
Okay.
If you play king b7, maybe I can play e4. But here you can take on c4.
Maybe.
Yes, of course, black can hold this position.
Okay, so slightly better for white, but
yes, slightly better.
Not so much. Okay.
But he played take.
B6,
after yes, b6 on the move, because after rook c8 I can play c5.
Yes.
Easy win. And here g3. My first idea was queen d2, but here black have queen f4.
Okay.
But can he stop c5 after g3?
No, after g3,
After
queen c5 must be.
Here.
No, next move g3.
g3.
Queen c5 now again. Maybe.
Queen c5, queen d2, and my plan e5. e5, queen e5, and c5.
Black, maybe it's better for black to play this anyway.
Maybe, but
because c5 looked dangerous to allow.
Yes, of course.
Maybe almost lost, or
yes, of course. Yeah, but what move here?
Yeah, very difficult.
My next move e5. I don't know what is it.
But when the queen was here, but maybe this is better for black anyway compared to the game, because in the game position now you did this check on a5, but in the game
What?
What was the move?
Takes the g3, b6.
What is that?
Yeah.
b6.
Yeah. g3, rook
This
c8.
is the game, right?
Rook c8 and c5.
Now you played
rook
c8 here.
rook c8, and now you played c5 because we thought that after this move you should play this move.
Yes, I calculated. I calculated.
But in the other line, when your queen was on d2, you had to go to a5.
Yes, I calculated.
But this is better, maybe.
Okay, maybe yes.
No, we don't know.
We don't know.
Interesting.
Rook
Yeah,
B8.
rook
I
B8.
think rook B8 here.
Yes.
Yeah,
And queen A7, rook B7.
something like
Yeah.
this maybe.
And king C8.
We weren't sure here.
And
I wanted to play this, but maybe you can take.
it's not clear. But after queen A5, it's instead of queen A4, it's winning or
Yeah, do you play this in the game?
Queen B5 is possible too.
it's same.
It's very interesting too, yes. But I think Queen A5 check is forcing win because he must play rook king D7 because if he play king B7, beautiful mate.
Yes.
And rook F3 mate. King D7 is only move. Queen B5 check. Here I'm not sure about easy win. Maybe it's hold for black.
Yes.
And my first idea was rook F3. Maybe win 2, but I calculate
King E8 or
how?
king
King
E8?
E8
Maybe,
only move,
maybe.
yes. Yes, it's only move.
No,
Take
rook D7.
Rook D7, rook F8,
Takes.
take, and rook E8.
Yeah.
You take on H7.
Yes, but
C4, C3 coming.
yes, and it's not easy because black have some checks. Okay, queen B5. Rook C6. Because if he play king E7, I have a check, king F8, and very important move rook D6. And after rook C6, I played rook F3.
Yeah, this is
Rook
the game.
F3. Yes, it's again. Rook F3 is possible too. But here I can pawn. Rook C8, rook S7, king D8. After rook C7, I can take rook B1, king D7, queen F4, D5 only move, rook B7, king D6, rook C7, and here
You're almost in time to win the pawn endgame.
It's possible.
G4,
yes, it's possible. I calculate.
But he can play G4. Because I was just thinking about.
Change your piece and F4, yes, and to pawn.
But, no, you're in time, yeah.
It's winning in
takes
game.
F4. Yes.
F4.
Wins.
Yes.
So your king is in time here, and otherwise you win with 2 passed pawns.
Yes.
So king D8.
Okay, he played king D8. How I played? Rook H7. Black have Zugzwang because he can't play on A4. I have queen D7. Rook C7 is normal, but after check, queen F5, and black must play this rook because after rook C8, C7, rook B1 is win. Okay, it's not interesting. It's winning position.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you for showing the game, and good
luck
in the
tomorrow.
rest of the tournament. So I think we will take a little longer break now for maybe 10 minutes and be back soon. So we are back from the break, and before we went to break, Dmitry Andreikin was here in the studio and showed his victory over Viktor Forsberg, and it looked like the black player was could have been okay in this types of position, but Andreikin kept putting pressure, and suddenly the black king became too weak, and he finished off the game with some precise play, I guess. And now we're back at this game between Benjamin Buk and Alexei Shiro, and we thought that White was doing extremely well in this end game, but he could even have gotten an even better position, maybe.
Probably.
But now White, the last move we saw was rook d7, but they have made a lot of moves.
Yes. So he went a5, which was more or less what we expected, because he gained this important tempo for knight f4, meaning that bishop g6 was legal here. And after some forced sequence, they got a very interesting ending where White has two passed pawns, and on the queen side, and Black has a very dangerous h pawn. So they both kind of just advanced their pawns. White got a bit farther, but on the other hand, it's very easy to get stuck there.
The problem is, I mean, White of course wants to promote one of these pawns, but they are now stuck in a way, and this knight on a5 looks strange because.
Yeah, but you can also just move the knight, I think, if you want to.
C6.
Yeah, but
I mean, if you move the knight, Black has this move with knight d8.
Then c7.
No, then c7. Okay.
No, here I think simply.
Yeah. So now the knight is somehow stuck.
On a5, yeah. No, here I think that Black is in no danger whatsoever.
I mean, White would of course like to try to enter here and pick up some pawns, but I guess that if king h4, except from taking this pawn, we can just play g6, and we have this
barricade.
Yeah. The king can no longer enter.
Yeah. No, I think also in general, like if White and Black is allowed to play g5, h4, he will at least not be worse.
Yeah.
Then most likely it's even possible to give the knight on c6 at some point.
I would be worried with the White in this position, even though I suspect that it should be quite easy to make a draw.
The problem for White here, I think, is that if you, let's say you wait, king g2, I play g6, let's say, just to get here, and now I play h4, and now it's very difficult for White to make a move.
Yeah, you're almost in Zugzwang now. Or
yes,
you are in Zugzwang.
Yeah, I am in Zugzwang. That's the problem, because I cannot move the knight, and even after I move my king, let's say here, you take, the knight is so bad on a5 that it's still not possible to.
It needs at least 3 moves in order to
give a check
or to attack the f6 pawn.
Yeah, and I need only 2 moves to pick up the c6 pawn. So I suspect the position is extremely dangerous for White here. I'm not sure. Maybe you can try some active option like f4.
I'm not sure how f4 works.
Yeah, f4 knight e2 check looks very normal. Actually,
I mean,
you can also play e4. Yeah, I mean.
Because you can still create this.
Yeah, no, f5 is the only move here. Now takes on f5.
And king f4, I guess, but you can also play h4.
I want to play h4 here, but.
But you can take here, right?
Yeah, and then h3, king f3, and now I play. Now it's again the same. I play, for example, g5.
Yeah, so you're
threatening simply g4 and h2.
So now you're actually just winning.
I'm actually just winning immediately, yes. But I'm wondering if the position.
But maybe Black also had other options here. I mean, of course, you can probably take it, but then
and then play h4. Yeah, but that's not as clear. I mean, what White has to do is at the right moment he just has to move the knight.
Yeah.
And give the pawns on c6 and b7 in order to get, for example, g7, and then try to hold 3 against 2.
I mean, I was thinking just about going for this immediately, but it seems to be a problem. I mean, I'm aiming to go 98, but the problem is, I guess, something like 94, and when 98 comes, we can just play knight f5 check, and you can never get to this knight, and now I protect.
Yeah, now just king takes b7
so
next.
Now when the king moves, I just take on b7, of course, and I'm completely winning.
Yep. No, that is true. So probably you have to try some combination of f4 and knight c4 to d6. But it's very difficult to see how it's supposed to work. My guess is that
I mean,
that white is just lost.
If we try it like this, king g2, king g3.
Yeah, okay,
you
but
wanted,
maybe I can also play h4 immediately, probably, if I want to. I realized, instead of g6.
Yeah, so if I try, let's say I tried this.
Yeah, g6. Ah, like this, g5.
Now, but my king, I wanted, yeah, but maybe like this. But
I will take on c6. But here I can probably play knight e7, right? And knight d5, and as
that's it.
I mean, it's a very good start at least.
So maybe black is just winning.
No, I would suspect so, but if there might be some study-like way to trade off, like probably starting with f4, but no, it's very hard to believe, very hard to see. No. Also, he's been thinking
I mean,
already.
what happens if we just take with the knight? I mean,
No, now I wanted some knight c4.
I also have a check here now.
Yeah, king a4. It's not that clear. I mean, now I'm really threatening knight b6. But e4 looks very nice, just blocking everything. Maybe here knight c4. With the idea if you take, then knight d6 seems to be working. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe f4 is.
But again, we had this other idea, right? To play. How did we do it?
Yeah, we can take.
No, takes.
But maybe.
No, here I think it's.
Maybe we can. Are we in time to play king e4?
Yeah, no, here.
I will just show this. The idea.
Yeah. Yes,
to go all the way to b6 and give mate here.
Yeah, and no, that is nice. But f4, okay, e4 knight c4 would be the idea. But here maybe I can play something else, or can I? I mean, knight takes e6, knight d6, and you're probably holding there, right? Even though that also isn't.
It's not clear.
Entirely clear. Like, let's say I go knight e7, for example. You take, I play knight f5 check. You move the king, I take on b7.
King is not so good here, but
no, but it's
not good anywhere.
I mean, king takes b7. What about knight g3? I mean, is it just lost? Take. You're in time, no? I mean, takes. You have to take with the pawn. Now g5. You have to take. Takes, and you have to.
But we're losing it.
Yeah, I'm one tempo ahead. Yeah. Had the pawns been on g4 and h4, I would have g3 with the draw. But I'm one step too far away. So maybe, but at least to get this 3 against 2 is a huge achievement already for white. So f4 seems to be actually the only try. We will see. He has to calculate this for a long time.
But yeah, looking at it more, it's.
No, I mean.
Other moves looks just hopeless.
Yeah. But maybe he was thinking perhaps he can start with knight c4 and after knight takes c6 he can play f4, for example. I mean, he might try to find the most accurate way of executing that idea.
Yeah.
But no, he will calculate at least 15 more minutes.
I mean, he's in trouble.
No, he's definitely in big trouble. Yeah.
So we can go to Sultan Al-Mas's game against Goganov.
Yeah, we left off somewhere around move 28. Yeah. So bishop e6 he went as expected, b5. And after b5 he went a5.
So okay, we briefly mentioned that black has the option of playing a5, but we're mainly looking at the consequences of
taking on b5 followed by taking on b3. Yeah, that's true.
a5. Okay, so he, of course, it's an idea. The idea is to have the a5 closed.
Yes.
But okay, I was a little concerned about b6, but I guess that
Queen
you
c6.
still keep an eye on this c5 pawn. So if you take here, we at least have
Yeah.
queen takes c5.
Yeah. So, but I like how he plays it here, Almashi. He just plays rook c1.
So now he's maybe ready to do this, or just play c6.
Yeah, I think he's ready to do a lot of. Also, yes, bishop g2 is a very dangerous.
But
next move.
This is an
C6
and if b6, we have knight takes a5, maybe followed by b6, and
no, it's also just looks well, basically winning. So
he must probably take.
Decided he doesn't have anything better. Yeah.
He takes and the rook d4. So if he takes on c5, I guess b6 is the problem. And well,
yeah, I mean queen c3 followed by queen c7 was an idea we already
we actually
discussed.
looked at this position.
Yeah, this position.
We mentioned this move, and maybe bishop b4, but then queen c7 and
yeah, bishop g2.
Bishop
it's actually
g2, and now you must take, but will you take with the rook, right?
Probably. I can take with the pawn also, but also with the rook is good enough. Rook b8 and just take on f7. This might also win, but it's a bit trickier probably.
Yeah.
Because now there is some b6, bishop c5.
But taking with the rook must be easy.
Yeah, must be quite easily winning, yeah.
So instead...
he went rook d4. But the problem is, of course, that f7 just hangs.
And yeah, he took this pawn. So now, yeah, he played this h4 move, which we...
Oh, he has to try it,
yeah,
of course.
It's the only try to get maybe some counterplay, but
yes.
It feels like he's quite behind here.
Yeah, no, definitely, definitely. I mean, positionally speaking, if you remove the queens, it's probably easily winning for white even. So
took on g3 and played the e4. So trying to
stop the bishop and also perhaps gaining some counterplay with e3 later on.
Yeah, e3 followed by, if it's possible, to take on g3, but combining this.
Yeah, but here Almashi plays a very professional move, c6, just forgetting about the possibility of delivering mate, but just securing the big positional and material advantage.
And if e3 now, I guess you just take.
Yeah, you can probably just take.
And e6, so now we have this big pawn on c6.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's you killed your own bishop, but on the other hand, the d7 square is tremendously weak.
So rook d1.
Yeah. Okay, black has to keep active, of course.
And then the material now is that white has an extra pawn as well, and it's this pawn. So
yeah, exactly. It's a very good pawn to have.
Rook takes d4 and rook c1. So
yes.
This queen must stay on c7 now.
Yes, otherwise c7.
And I guess another idea is to...
yeah, even just trade perhaps.
But with different colored bishops, you always can play for mate in these kinds of positions, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, because I saw an idea, maybe... I mean, if you can try to play bishop h3, getting the bishop into the game.
Yeah, but the only problem is that black will have e3. I mean, that is black's idea probably.
So he actually played e3 immediately now. Taking the pawn.
No, you should.
Seems
logical. It's an additional pawn, yeah.
I mean,
there will not be any mate with
the king would be much more unsafe, much more vulnerable on f2. So.
Yeah, definitely. No, this is very simple chess from Almashi.
But he only attacks with the rook.
Yeah, it's not really enough. Not really enough. Yeah.
King h2. So yeah, I'm not sure about this move, but at this point he can basically play what he wants.
Yeah, it's just winning. Okay, let's see quickly what happened. Bishop d6.
It's white to move here.
Yeah, he went queen g8 after some thinking.
So defending this pawn and
introducing the idea of rook h4, rook h7, or rook h8. Yeah, like if it's his move. So
trying to give mate on a8.
Yeah, or just
or just playing
Rook
rook
H7,
h7
yeah.
is a threat along the way. So,
No, I'm expecting black to resign shortly here.
and we had also this game. We expected this to be a draw between Savian and the Poston, so we had this position.
Yeah, he just took. Yeah, okay,
Yeah, so
it's
they
just a
went-
draw.
So they reached move 31 and they offered the draw.
And Smirin?
Smirin won his game as expected. Yeah, he had this very nice exchange sacrifice, and yeah, the idea was to reroute the knight to put more pressure, almost winning instantly.
And here he played a very simple move, Queen H4, just
Yes.
stopping any nonsense on E1
And introducing knight G6. check.
also knight G6 actually. Yes, it's just
Yeah, so
too much for black to handle. King G8, knight H5.
So now I cannot take because the queen is.
Yep. So okay,
So we mentioned this move in order to give back the exchange.
Yeah, but
to
it's
try to fight, but now is.
one move too late. Yeah. So okay, just takes and he resigned. So a very nice win by Smirin. Very simple and effective chess today. Looked very convincing. And what else? How
we
is
have,
Bloomqvist doing?
Of course, we have many results here, but the game we were looking at was
Landa Bloomqvist.
Landa against Bloomqvist.
Up
Where
a
is it?
bit there.
Here, and it actually ended in a draw, but somewhere around around this point, Blomqvist was under some serious pressure.
Yes.
Knight f5 may still keep a clear edge for white, but black. It was in black's interest to at least exchange here on f5, and because otherwise, if white just try to build up the attack, it's hard to find a move for black in this position anyway.
Yes, that is true.
So now we got some freedom, even though these bishops are of course extremely strong.
Yeah.
C6,
Particularly when he was allowed to exchange this bishop.
Yeah, so
maybe bishop d5 was also a bit premature, but
the question is.
I was suggesting perhaps king h1 or something like that, just trying to increase the pressure slowly. I don't know. He's a bit better, but it's not as clear as before.
He cannot win by force.
Yeah, probably he missed this after rook fd1. This move h6. That the next he cannot stop knight takes d5 now, which is a very convenient thing for black.
Of course, you would like to keep the pressure on g7, but if you try queen g3, I guess you just exchange queens now.
Yeah, and black is completely fine here. Yeah. So queen h4, but also here black is almost fine, or maybe he's just fine.
Now things looks better for Blomqvist, and he should be at least tiny bit worse.
Yeah, but not nothing special. Nothing terrifying. This is how it usually looks.
So cannot take because the
yes.
is hanging.
Okay, let's
queen c8. Actually, only moving the position.
Yes.
He must protect this rook.
Yes.
So queen c8, queen g3, introducing.
Threatening
6, bishop d6 check.
But the problem is that white can only attack on the dark squares. No longer on the light squares.
Yeah, we would of course like to have this
bishop on a2. Yeah, that would be very nice. No, here it seems black. If he just managed to exchange a pair of rooks, he will be absolutely fine. So this.
So now the king is very safe on the light squares here.
Yeah.
Queen f2. So he's trying to win at least a pawn now.
Yeah,
I think.
But maybe he missed the next move. No, it's somewhat surprising.
Knight takes e4. So
the rook is hanging on c1, so it has to take on c8.
What happens? Okay. King e6.
Yeah.
But he could.
He could have played something else here, any move. But probably he simply missed knight takes e4.
It's not so easy to find moves anyway.
No. You can
at this point
you can take on c5 perhaps, but
yeah, I guess he will.
Yeah, takes, and some queen d6 for example or something. And I don't know. Maybe white is almost slightly better still, but nothing too serious.
Instead,
yeah.
he played this knight e4,
Yeah.
which forces this sequence, I guess.
Yeah.
We cannot take here.
Because simply king e6, yeah, and black is
A pawn up now,
suddenly a pawn up
and winning.
Yeah, or very good winning chances at the very least.
So you must give this check.
Yes.
Six.
And now the knight is trapped, but the bishop is hanging.
Hanging.
So he went
knight e4 back.
some desperado option. No, this
Maybe
is
it's
very
quite
nice.
clever. The idea is, I guess, to isolate this pawn simply.
No, but
Of
the
course
idea
he
no,
would
the idea is
train-
to block the e file because rook takes d6, rook e2 check wins.
Okay.
So you need to block it. So that's
maybe,
actually
maybe this didn't miss knight e4 in the first.
yeah, maybe this knight e4 he
this
missed.
time.
Yeah, maybe who knows? Yeah, but it's a very nice sequence from black.
It's almost forced.
I think it's forced. No, this part of the game he thought.
But here Blomqvist played very well.
He fought extremely well, yeah, from having that lousy position.
Must take, I guess.
Yes.
Now we went into this rook endgame where white is yeah, it's equal pawns actually.
Yeah, it's probably just a draw. If anyone can try, then black, because his king is slightly more active.
And the option of maybe creating a pass
Yeah,
pawn
yeah.
here,
But if he
black
wants to try, then it's probably the next move, because rook g6. Now perhaps it's possible to play rook e6.
instead it took.
He took and forced a draw. But rook
And,
e6.
And b5 is too much.
b5 would be with the same idea, but rook e6. Even this.
I mean, just trying to push
But
this
here,
pawn.
but rook a6 here probably.
Rook a6.
Probably, yeah. Or even take an agent, but no, it's not impossible that white can become a bit ambitious.
a4.
Black, sorry.
My idea is to play rook b8 and then b4 and taking with the king or something.
Yeah, or even just rook takes e4 next, and
yeah.
No, here I think maybe he missed.
But maybe, of course, maybe it's still a draw.
It should be a draw, but I think.
But this is if black wants to try for more.
No,
it's
no, I think it's definitely possible. Maybe white can hold, but black is definitely a bit ahead here. Also, I said you can play rook e6.
In this moment.
No,
or
the move before here.
Yeah.
Rook takes h6, I guess, and now b5. Now the rook is somewhat misplaced on.
But the difference is, yeah.
I mean, rook h5, I go rook e5, and you're not in time. So.
Yeah.
Also, this is a bit dangerous.
If I try to go from behind, I guess you just.
Now you take. Now I want to take, and the rook a4 next, if I'm allowed. No, it's most likely a draw, but it's very dangerous for white. So I think he actually was a bit lucky, white, in this part of the game.
Because now Eric chooses to force the draw more or less.
Maybe he missed it after rook takes f6, rook e6. The pawn ending is just drawn. Because it's move 14.
Because otherwise, if black cannot trade, maybe it's dangerous now.
If white cannot trade,
if white
maybe.
Cannot trade on e6, maybe.
Because there is rook e3 next move, for example. Yeah. And the rook is very.
I mean, where do you put this rook?
Yeah, I don't know. Rook f3, then maybe b5. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Should still be a draw, but it's definitely some chances for. Yeah, some chances for black. No, he must have miscalculated the pawn ending.
This pawn end game seems to be a forced draw.
Yeah.
So king f2 is the move that keeps the draw, and we saw that this move will lose.
No, a4 b5 and his queening. Yeah.
So
yeah,
and this pawn cannot be stopped.
Yeah. So but king f2, okay, it's not that difficult.
B5.
So, yeah.
So.
Yeah, any move here draws. Yes, so very well fought by Eric, and kind of a missed chance for Konstantin Landa.
Yeah, I mean he was under some serious pressure for the most part of the game, and then maybe he got one chance.
Yeah, but even he got a bit lucky, Blomqvist. No, I mean Landa towards the end. Yeah, they were perhaps draw is a fair result. You know. So then that was what we saw. Yeah.
And well.
Did he play f4? Yeah, he went f4. Yeah, and now it's
this
Shirov against Bok. He fought for 20 minutes and went f4. And now I'm expecting Alexei Shirov to think for quite a while, trying to calculate very, very deeply, because this has to be calculated till the end. You cannot just make a move by intuition. You have to see
And
how to queen.
we mentioned
E4 was one
we
interesting.
mentioned an endgame
Like this.
something like this,
Yes.
where it's difficult because White would like to play this move in order to force the draw.
Yeah, but you're not in
seems
time.
like Black is simply winning this by one tempo, because you get.
No, but easy.
You get E3 or?
You get the. You managed.
But
okay, how do you win?
with this.
This. Then I go king e4. No, you have to play king e5 first. King e5, king f3, or no, king d3, then king f5, and king g4, king h3. So
but
this.
But now
This. Yeah, and king f2. Now you just go just king d3 and g4. Yeah. Yeah. No, I need to get the opposition before. Yeah.
But this is something they calculate.
No, yeah, king f3, then just g4. Yeah. King f4, king e2. No, I have to get the opposition here. Wait. King e5. And now if it's black to move, it's a draw. But I'm not in time to get it, probably, yeah? Or am I? No. King f2? No, king d5 anyway. King f3, king d4. King e2, king e4. Yeah. It's just lost. You cannot stop me from entering d3. So maybe, but then maybe he can.
If you cannot play knight g3 in this position, it's extremely dangerous, I think.
Yeah, but maybe you have to go for it. It's not clear. Maybe. Yeah, probably it's winning. You cannot ever touch any of the pawns actually. So.
If you cannot play knight g3, this whole setup is untouchable. You cannot even. I mean, you cannot attack h5 from.
Exactly. Yeah.
So now you can only wait for the black king to
approach, and then probably it's lost. Yeah, I mean, most likely. So, but still, with black, you also want to find a clearer win. Yeah. I mean, you want to look for an even clearer win than that position, even though it feels winning.
And also, black may have other options. But
yeah, no, he's looking
promising.
He's looking for something even better, but might be enough. Should we have?
Because taking the pawn wasn't so clear. I mean.
No, maybe this is also, but
we could play like this.
Yeah, this. In that case, you have to play h4 instead of g5 to gain some time.
And now we're not in time this time to realize this idea.
Probably not.
Because when g5 was inserted, the pawn was on h3, and then black played h2 now, and we could play king d6 and c6 mate. But now we get the queen instead, and we're one move behind.
Yeah, now you're in time. So
h4
and h4, and if king g4, g5, f4.
You can also play a knight, but we want to.
Yeah, you have to keep attacking that. But now the problem.
F5.
Yeah, the problem is after f4 that there is f5 and king h3 perhaps. So maybe not f5.
But we can. Can we play like this? But then.
No, knight c4. Yeah. Knight c4. You're not in time. But okay, here you have to play. What do you have to play? King c7 maybe. You can always make this waiting move.
Okay.
But this feels like it should be drawn.
Yeah, I mean we have almost the same.
Yeah. Actually,
almost symmetrical position.
Yeah. No, but I mean e4 is the move there you really want to play. That's for sure. Yeah. d4 and this there.
Now very difficult for white.
What about it?
Yeah,
can I try f5?
But I take
king f4,
h4,
knight c4.
Trying to reach this square.
Yeah, I think you really have to play some knight move now.
And now I'm
h3, knight b6.
I'm behind.
Yeah, you're lost. So you have to go knight somewhere. I want to play knight. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I mean, you have to. Actually, you don't have to take. Like if I go knight d6 now, you can perhaps play g5. Seems like. Okay, king takes e4. What is going on here? h3, king f3.
Suddenly it's not so clear anymore.
What about g4? No, here I think you draw by playing c7 check after g4. King takes knight e8 and knight takes f6. And you're in time. h3, knight takes g4.
So
by a
maybe
millimeter.
f5 also important movement to try to.
Yeah, but what can black do after f5?
The idea is just to approach with the king.
Yeah, but king f4, then I go h4.
Yeah, but and then we go back.
And then I take an f5.
Then you take, but that's
the same, yeah.
No, we keep the draw there. Or, I mean,
it's the same as what we just saw, just the other move order.
But maybe it's. I mean, in many of these variations, we see that you get a check for something, or king b6, or maybe.
Yeah, but
king
last time I had to sacrifice the c pawn to get this check.
Yeah.
So it's. I mean, now I'm losing one tempo and the pawn. No.
So f5.
f5. Okay, let me try to take it again.
King here.
Can I now be greedy and play knight d6?
Just defending the pawn.
Yes. Okay, knight b3. I guess you have to try.
We can play g5.
g5, king.
But if we go e3, we can not
h4.
really come back.
Yeah, no, king g3 I think is the sober choice. But now I go knight f5. And knight e7. And then what? Knight c5, yeah, and you manage again, knight c5. Knight takes e6, knight takes e4, and
yeah, this is even better.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, 2 against 1 will always be a draw.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we would be in time to sacrifice this one.
Yeah. So okay, f5.
But it's clear that it's very.
No, it's not.
For white. But with correct play.
No, this requires calculation.
Looks, almost losing.
No, almost.
My feeling is that it's losing somehow.
My feeling is that you need 20 minutes to calculate very carefully what is going on. Which they are.
I mean, you.
How did we do? Okay, if I try king. But actually, you're threatening to play knight c4, yeah. Like if you play king c7, then I play knight c4, takes knight d2, and I'm relatively confident.
Of course, this is the most.
Yeah. Takes.
Obvious move.
And king f4. Now we have h4 or a couple of knight moves.
h4 is not winning.
It is not?
No.
It's just lost, yeah?
White's
yeah, that is correct. It is nice.
c6 is coming. c7.
Yeah. With mate to follow. So you have to go knight. If knight this e7, then king takes e4, yeah? Probably you're holding. So okay, let's try knight d6 again. Knight b3. Okay, g5 must actually be tried. King g3.
Can we try f5?
Yeah, but you can. I mean, I will play knight c5 next, and then you really have to take on b7.
Yeah.
So.
And I cannot sacrifice the knight, I guess, and try to play with 4 pawns.
No, not with the king there. No. Is there a way to? Is there some crazy way here?
Yeah.
Let me try.
If I play h4.
King g2, let's say. I mean, there is another idea. You have this idea of playing e3 as well. Let's try e3.
now or the move before?
Maybe the move before is more accurate. I'm not sure if it matters.
And, this is also a move, but
Then I wanted to take on b7.
this was almost an idea.
Yeah, but
we have
again,
this move.
again, the pawns are very strong on b7 and c. So knight c. No, but knight c5 was maybe possible. Yeah, it's possible. It seems to be drawn. Yeah, I have to take on b7. No. Yeah, okay, but you can also give check if you want to take with check. It doesn't matter. It's going to be the same. Maybe now.
Now white's winning.
Maybe winning. Probably a draw. No.
G5 looks.
No, let's have a look again. Yeah, g5 looks tempting. Knight d6, knight b3, g5, king g3. But the knight is clumsy on d6. I don't want it on d6.
If we give check and play knight e7, white is in time to attack the pawns.
Yeah, then this knight c5 was the problem. Yeah, and take on.
Yeah, and it's
already that's
drawn.
true.
So should we stick to this?
No, we will let him calculate for a while now.
But should we switch to another board? Or?
Yeah, okay. So Almashi, he went.
Yeah, he went for your idea. So,
f5 rook h4 seems to be.
This seems to be completely over.
Yeah, game over. Rook h7 or rook h8 both wins on the next move. Yeah, next.
And 2 pawns down as well.
Yeah, 2 pawns down as well. Yeah.
So
Let's
almost
have a
all
look.
games
So
are
what? Some upsets today. The Indian player Sasikirian lost against Urkadal.
Okay, should we just go for it very quick?
Yeah, we can have a look.
So Sasikirian was rating favorite in this game, but he lost to.
And also with white, yeah.
Lost with white against Frode Urkadal from Norway. Just got this grandmaster title, I think, as well. So and they have improved a lot recently, gained some rating points lately, and so on.
Yes.
So yeah. So
okay, just maybe have a quick look.
See what happened.
If there was something extreme. So this ending is.
You know this endgame from before.
Not
this exact position.
Not this exact, but probably he overlooked something because here. He doesn't have to take at all. He can play some, I don't know, rook a4 to c4 or something like that. Or even some other move, because probably his idea was this. Only to realize that here he doesn't have a good move. G takes is really ugly, and after knight takes, it was apparently possible to take the pawn on a5.
Because the idea was that if black takes immediately, we go back, I guess.
Rook takes e3.
But okay, this was.
Yeah, this I think is the main point, and it's hanging on g4. No, instead he took. Yeah, that was interesting. Takes, knight takes e5. Takes, and now the rook is trapped on c3. After bishop d2. But unfortunately, after bishop d4, there will be a fork. So,
black is 1 pawn up.
Yeah, black is a pawn up. Some tactical mess. Knight f3. Okay, now.
Knight c4.
Next very nice move. If all this works, it's really
very messy around here.
Yeah. But it seems probably white miscalculated and ended up pawn down.
The one who calculated best in this position is probably just clearly better, almost winning.
Yeah.
So actually, he just got an extra pawn in
this game. Pawn up. Still, white should have good drawing chances, but
if he takes here, I guess this pawn is also possible to.
Yeah, definitely.
e5, knight e5.
Okay, should be good drawing chances, but not so easy.
Yeah.
The a pawn might start to run at some point.
So okay, this requires technique.
Some technique, yeah, but okay.
But the a pawn seems
extremely strong, and now it's just game over. Yeah, like even like this, because knight takes d4, a1. Yeah? So and it promotes. Okay, it's a very nice win by Urkadal. What else? Any other upsets? It seems the rest of the games were.
Yeah, it was a lot of draws today, but not so many favorites who lost their games.
seems to be the only major upset in the tournament. So I don't know. What should we just?
Okay. He has 30 minutes on his clock, and
It will.
this is a very important moment.
Yeah, he
which
will
decide the game.
Yeah, he will think for quite a while more. Gogano will resign, and that's about it. Yeah, from what we was following. So should we maybe call it a day, or?
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, we would of course like to see how the game ends on board one, but I suspect it will
It will take.
end.
It will end very late tonight. Yeah.
So I think that this will conclude our broadcast from today, and
I will have to go to prepare my lecture for tomorrow. I mean,
yeah.
my lecture about my game with Magnus Carlsen tomorrow at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, and it's also broadcasted here at the same channel, I think, and
Okay.
you will also be with me tomorrow after your seminar or your
Yes.
lecture on this game.
Yeah, I will be
2 o'clock.
commentating again
Yeah,
tomorrow, same time. Sure.
So thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow.
See you.